What's up, story lovers? Welcome to Harry Flicks. In today's video, we have a fantastic tale for you. What if Harry was raised by the Lestranges? Dark Lord's Heir. If this is your first time here, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you never miss a story. And if you're a returning viewer, thank you for your continued support. Alright, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1. The Heir's shadow. The wooden floor shuddered as Harry crashed into it, his wand skittering away. Blood trickled from his lip, but he didn't waste time wiping it away. Uncle Rodolphus would only see that as weakness. Again, Rodolphus commanded, twirling his wand with casual elegance. You're telegraphing your movements. I can read your next spell before you even cast it. Harry scrambled to his feet, snatching his wand from the floor. He was 10 years old, small for his age but wiry, with unruly black hair that refused to lie flat despite Aunt Bellatrix's brutal attempts to tame it. Green eyes flashed with determination as he settled back into dueling stance. I won't make the same mistake twice, Harry said, voice steady despite the throbbing pain in his shoulder. Prove it. They circled each other in the training room of their isolated mountain home. Morning light streamed through tall windows, illuminating dust particles disturbed by their movement. The walls were lined with dark artifacts, cursed weapons, and shelves of forbidden texts that Harry had been studying since he could read. This time, Harry didn't wait. Flipendo, he shouted, but it was merely a distraction. As Rodolphus lazily deflected the knockback jinx, Harry silently cast a tripping hex at floor level. Rodolphus stumbled but recovered with inhuman swiftness. Better, he acknowledged, but not good enough. Immobilis. Harry ducked and rolled, feeling the spell rush over him. He came up casting, not with the stinging hex Rodolphus expected, but with something darker, a severing charm aimed not at his uncle but at the heavy tapestry hanging behind him. The ancient fabric fell, momentarily tangling Rodolphus. In that split second, Harry cast again, Incarcerus. Ropes erupted from Harry's wand, binding Rodolphus's legs. The older wizard slashed his wand downward, disintegrating the ropes instantly, but Harry had already closed the distance. His wand pressed against his uncle's throat. I win, Harry said, breathing hard. Rodolphus's face remained impassive for a moment before breaking into a rare smile. You used the environment. Created a distraction. Thought 3 steps ahead. He pushed Harry's wand aside. That's more like it. The door burst open. Aunt Bellatrix swept in, her wild black curls bouncing around her pale face. Her dark eyes immediately assessed the situation. Did our little heir finally land a touch? She asked, voice lilting with amusement. He's learning, Rodolphus said, straightening his robes. Bellatrix approached Harry, taking his chin in her long fingers. She examined the blood on his lip with a mixture of disapproval and satisfaction. You'll need to move faster than that when you're facing Aurors, my darling. They won't give you second chances. Harry nodded sharply. I know, Aunt Bella. Don't call me that, she snapped, her mood shifting like quicksilver. It sounds common. Sorry, Aunt Bellatrix. She released his chin and smoothed his hair, her touch gentling. The Dark Lord will expect perfection from his heir. We must make you worthy of the gift he bestowed upon you. Her finger traced the lightning scar on his forehead with reverence. Harry had heard the story countless times, how the Dark Lord had marked him, how his parents had died opposing the greatest wizard who ever lived, how Bellatrix and Rodolphus had rescued him from the ruins of Godric's Hollow before Dumbledore's men could take him. Why don't we continue with a clemency this afternoon? Rodolphus suggested. Your aunt excels at breaking mental barriers. Harry suppressed a shudder. A clemency sessions with Bellatrix always left him with blinding headaches and nightmares. But he nodded anyway. Yes, uncle. First, breakfast, Bellatrix decided. Creature. The ancient house elf appeared with a crack, bowing low. Mistress called for creature. The heir needs sustenance. Prepare his usual and bring it to the library. He has studies to complete before we train his mind. Yes, mistress. Creature lives to serve the noble house of Lestrange and the heir of the Dark Lord. As the elf disappeared, Harry's thoughts drifted to his earliest memory, one he had never shared with his aunt and uncle. He couldn't have been more than 3. They'd still been moving frequently then, never staying in one place for long. Bellatrix had been carrying him through the ruins of what must have been a raided village. He remembered smoke, the copper smell of blood, and screams in the distance. "Look, little heir," she had whispered in his ear. "This is the world the Dark Lord will create. The weak will fall, and the strong will rule. And you," her grip had tightened painfully, "you will help him rebuild it all." He remembered reaching out toward a flickering light in the darkness, a small fire still burning in one of the cottages. The flames had leapt toward his outstretched hand like an eager pet, dancing across the space between them without burning him. Bellatrix had laughed with delight. "Yes. Your magic knows. It knows what you are meant to become." Later that night, after they'd operated to yet another hiding place, Harry had slipped from his makeshift bed and found a wounded thrush outside their window. Without thinking, he had cupped the tiny creature in his hands. Warmth had flowed from his palms, and the bird's broken wing had mended. When it flew away, Harry had felt a surge of joy unlike anything his aunt's praise had ever given him. The next morning, he'd found the same bird dead on the doorstep, Bellatrix standing over it. "Never waste magic on the insignificant," she had told him. "Power is for domination, not mercy." He had never forgotten that lesson. Harry sat in the library, ancient grimoire open before him, but his mind kept wandering to the upcoming afternoon. A clemency with Bellatrix always involved her ripping through his memories, searching for weakness, disloyalty, or secrets. She would find none. Harry had learned to compartmentalize his thoughts years ago, building mental walls that would make any Legilimens proud. Bellatrix didn't know about the small acts of rebellion hidden in the deepest chambers of his mind, the wounded creatures he sometimes healed when no one was watching, the questions about his birth parents he didn't dare ask aloud, the doubts about whether blood purity truly mattered. "Focus, boy," came Rodolphus's voice from the doorway. "Distraction is deadly." Harry straightened immediately. "I was thinking about spell combinations for our next duel." Rodolphus raised an eyebrow but didn't challenge the lie. He crossed to the far bookshelf, running his fingers along ancient spines until he found what he was seeking. "You're nearly 11. It's time you learned more about the world you'll be entering soon." "Hogwarts?" Harry asked, unable to keep excitement from his voice. "Perhaps." Rodolphus placed a heavy book before him. "The Dark Lord attended Hogwarts. It shaped him, provided connections, resources, enemies." He tapped the cover. "This contains the pure-blood directories. Memorize them. Know who will be worthy allies and who will oppose you." Harry opened the book, scanning the family trees of Britain's oldest magical families. "Will I go as Harry Lestrange? We've prepared documentation. As far as the wizarding world knows, you are our son, born in secret and raised abroad for your protection during these uncertain times." "And my scar?" Rodolphus's expression darkened. "Concealment charms should suffice. If anyone connects you to the Potter boy, our plans will be compromised." Harry nodded, touching the lightning bolt on his forehead. It was the only connection he had to his birth parents, traitors, according to his aunt and uncle, who had stood against the Dark Lord's vision of a purified wizarding world. "Have you and Aunt Bellatrix discussed when he will return?" Harry asked, keeping his voice carefully neutral. Rodolphus stared at him. "The Dark Lord will return when conditions are right. Your role is to prepare, to position yourself at Hogwarts, to gather information and allies. The rest will follow." Harry knew better than to press further. The topic of Voldemort's whereabouts and condition remained maddeningly vague, despite Harry's central role in whatever plans they were making. "Uncle," Harry said, changing tactics, "will the other children be, like me?" Like you? Rodolphus scoffed. No. You've had training they couldn't dream of. Your magic manifested earlier, stronger. The Dark Lord chose you for a reason. But other purebloods will respect your power or suffer the consequences. Rodolphus leaned forward. Never forget what you are, Harry. You're the heir of the greatest wizard who ever lived. Act accordingly. Harry nodded, but inside, doubt gnawed at him. Sometimes he wondered if his aunt and uncle truly believed their own story. If the Dark Lord had chosen him, why had he tried to kill him first? Why the scar? Why did he sometimes wake from nightmares of green light and high, cold laughter? These were questions he buried deep, beneath layers of occlumency shields where not even Bellatrix could find them. When Harry was 7, they had finally settled in this remote fortress in the mountains of Eastern Europe. Unplottable, protected by blood wards and ancient magic, it offered safety from British horror still hunting the Lestranges. The night they arrived, Harry had explored the sprawling stone manor while his guardians secured the perimeter. In the north tower, he discovered a locked room that had called to his magic. No Alhambra would open it, but when he pressed his palm against the door in frustration, it had swung open to his touch. Inside, he'd found a room full of strange instruments, swirling potions, and floating orbs of light. At its center stood a pedestal holding a small silver basin filled with shimmering, silvery liquid, a pensieve. Curiosity overwhelming caution, Harry had leaned forward, his face touching the strange substance. Instantly, he was pulled into someone else's memory. He'd found himself standing in the ruins of a cottage, smoke still rising from blasted walls. A woman's body lay on the floor, red hair splayed around her pale face. Harry had approached slowly, something tugging at his mind. Had he seen her before? Then came voices, and Harry had instinctively hidden behind a shattered crib. Bellatrix entered the nursery, younger than he'd ever seen her, with Rodolphus close behind. The Dark Lord has fallen, Rodolphus was saying, voice tight with disbelief. Impossible. Bellatrix hissed, but her wild eyes darted around the room frantically. He cannot be gone. Not killed by an infant. The child lives, Rodolphus pointed to the crib. Harry peered around it and saw, with shock, a baby with a bleeding wound on his forehead, crying softly. Bellatrix raised her wand. Then we eliminate the threat. Rodolphus caught her wrist. Wait. Feel it, Bella. The magic in this room. The Dark Lord's magic, it's in the child. Bellatrix paused, her eyes widening. She approached the crib slowly, inhaling deeply as though scenting the air. Yes, I feel it. But what does it mean? It means our master left something of himself behind. This child defeated him, yet carries his power. Rodolphus looked thoughtful. Dumbledore's men will be here soon. They'll take the boy, turn him against everything our Lord stood for. A slow, terrible smile spread across Bellatrix's face. Unless we take him first. Raise him to embrace his destiny. As the heir, Rodolphus finished, nodding slowly. The Dark Lord will return, Bellatrix said with fanatical certainty. And when he does, we shall present him with his heir, trained in the dark arts, ready to stand at his right hand. Harry had been yanked from the memory then, finding Rodolphus standing behind him in the tower room, face white with fury. You will never enter this room again, he had said coldly, dragging Harry away. Harry had obeyed, but the memory remained seared in his mind. The red-haired woman, the ruined nursery, the baby in the crib, himself. His aunt and uncle had told him partial truths, it seemed. The Dark Lord hadn't marked him as an heir, he had tried to kill him and failed. Yet Harry kept this knowledge buried deep, building his life around the identity they had constructed for him. What choice did he have? Bellatrix's occlumency lessons were brutal. She stood before Harry in the black family ritual room, wand pointed between his eyes. Clear your mind, she commanded. Show me what you've learned. Harry emptied his thoughts, visualizing the stone walls he had carefully constructed around his most private memories and doubts. He imagined a labyrinth for Bellatrix to navigate, one filled with the thoughts he wanted her to see. Legilimens. Her mind crashed into his like a battering ram. Harry felt her probing, searching, tearing through his surface thoughts. He allowed her to see his pride in besting Rodolphus, his determination to excel, his eagerness to attend Hogwarts and fulfill his role. But she pushed deeper, hunting for weaknesses. Harry concentrated on maintaining his defenses, sweat beading on his forehead. She found the memory of him healing a wounded fox last winter and latched onto it. Sentiment, she hissed, both in his mind and aloud. Weakness. Experimenting with magic, Harry countered, pushing back. Testing my abilities. She withdrew abruptly, leaving Harry gasping and dizzy. Your walls are stronger, she acknowledged, but I still found what I sought. You only found what I allowed you to find, Harry said, immediately regretting his boldness. Bellatrix's eyes narrowed dangerously. Is that so, little heir? Perhaps we need a more motivating lesson. She snapped her fingers, and a house elf appeared, trembling violently. Aunt Bellatrix, Harry began. Crucio, she cast without hesitation. The elf collapsed, screaming in agony. Block me out completely, or it continues to suffer. Harry gritted his teeth, anger flaring hot and bright. He locked eyes with her. Legilimens. Shock flashed across Bellatrix's face as Harry turned the tables, pushing into her mind with untrained but powerful force. For a fleeting moment, he glimpsed her thoughts, her fanatical devotion to Voldemort, her twisted pride in Harry, and beneath it all, a flicker of something like fear. She threw him out violently, sending him sprawling across the floor. The elf's scream stopped as her concentration broke. How dare you, she shrieked, advancing on him. Harry scrambled backward, expecting punishment, but Bellatrix's rage transformed into wild laughter. Oh, the power in you, she crowed. Yes, yes. That's what we need. Fight back, little heir. Show your strength. Harry stood shakily, unnerved by her rapid mood shift but relieved to escape punishment. You've never told me exactly what happened that night, he said, seizing the moment. When the Dark Lord fell. Bellatrix's smile faltered. You know what you need to know. I need to know everything if I'm to fulfill my purpose, Harry pressed. She studied him, head tilted like a curious raven. The Dark Lord went to eliminate a threat, a child prophesied to defeat him. Your birth parents stood in his way and died for their foolishness. But when he turned his wand on you. Her eyes gleamed with fanatical light. His power transferred instead of destroying. He marked you. She touched his scar reverently. When he returns, you will stand beside him, carrying part of his greatness within you. It wasn't the full truth, Harry knew that now, but arguing would only raise suspicion. Instead, he nodded solemnly. I won't disappoint him, he said. Or you. Bellatrix cupped his face with surprising gentleness. I know you won't, my clever boy. Now, shall we continue? Legilimens. This time, Harry was ready, and Bellatrix found nothing but what he wanted her to see. The Hogwarts letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday, carried by a confused-looking owl that had somehow penetrated their wards. Bellatrix snatched it from the air before Harry could touch it, examining it suspiciously. Right on schedule, Rodolphus remarked, watching as she tested it for curses and tracking charms. Addressed to Harry Potter, she spat, at an undisclosed location. That meddling old fool still has his ways. She handed the envelope to Harry, who opened it with carefully concealed excitement. Inside was the standard Hogwarts acceptance letter, signed by Minerva McGonagall. We knew this day would come, Rodolphus said, pacing the room. The question is whether the risk outweighs the benefit. The Dark Lord attended Hogwarts, Harry pointed out. He learned its secrets, built his first following there. Bellatrix laughed, ruffling his hair. Listen to him. Already thinking like a true heir. We'll need to strengthen the concealment charms on his scar, Rodolphus continued. Create a foolproof background story. And he'll need to suppress his full abilities, show enough talent to command respect without raising suspicion. I can do it, Harry said confidently. I've been preparing my whole life. Bellatrix knelt before him, gripping his shoulders painfully tight. You'll be surrounded by blood traitors, mudbloods, and Dumbledore's sycophants. They'll try to poison your mind against your true nature. They won't succeed, Harry promised. I know who I am. But did he? The question lingered in the hidden corners of his mind as preparations began for his return to Britain. Their return was meticulously planned. The Lestranges established a new identity, the Corvus family, distant relations of the Blacks, recently returned from abroad. A modest but elegant townhouse in a secluded part of Wizarding London became their base of operations. Remember, Rodolphus instructed as they prepared for their first public outing, you are Hadrian Corvus. Your parents died when you were young. We are your guardians, return to Britain for your education. Harry nodded, examining his reflection in the mirror. The concealment charm masked his scar perfectly, and subtle alterations to his appearance, slightly darker hair, a modified jawline, made him look like a Lestrange relation. The Malfoys will meet us in Diagon Alley, Bellatrix said, applying her own disguise charms. Her wild hair smoothed into an elegant chignon, her features softened to be less recognizable. Lucius has arranged everything. We'll shop for your supplies and introduce you to the right sort of families. Harry had met the Malfoys only once before, during a secretive gathering 2 years ago. He remembered Draco as a pale, pointy-faced boy who had alternated between trying to impress Harry and growing jealous of Bellatrix's obvious favoritism. Diagon Alley buzzed with preterm excitement. Students and parents crowded the shops, examining books, robes, and the latest racing brooms. Harry absorbed everything, cataloging faces and interactions with keen interest. This was his world, the one he'd been preparing to conquer. The Malfoys waited outside Gringotts, the picture of aristocratic refinement. Lucius inclined his head slightly in greeting, while Narcissa, Bellatrix's sister, though they looked nothing alike in their disguises, offered a cool smile. Hadrian, Narcissa said warmly, how you've grown. You remember your cousin Draco? Draco stepped forward, extending his hand with practiced grace. Cousin. Father says you'll be joining me at Hogwarts this year. Harry shook his hand, measuring the boy's grip and the calculation behind his gray eyes. I'm looking forward to it. Let's proceed, Lucius suggested. We have much to accomplish today. The group moved through Diagon Alley efficiently, acquiring cauldrons, books, and potion supplies. At Madame Malkin's, Harry and Draco were fitted for robes while the adults spoke in hushed tones nearby. Father says you've been studying abroad, Draco said, clearly fishing for information. Eastern Europe, mostly, Harry replied. My guardians preferred a more traditional education. Draco smirked. Better than mixing with the wrong sort here. Hogwarts isn't what it used to be, Father says. They let anyone in these days. Harry nodded noncommittally, his attention caught by another boy being fitted nearby. Round-faced with light brown hair, he radiated nervous energy. That's Neville Longbottom, Draco whispered with disdain. His parents were Aurors. Blood traitors who got what they deserved. Harry felt a strange jolt. Longbottom. The name triggered something, a fragment of conversation he'd overheard years ago between his aunt and uncle. Something about a prophecy, and 2 possible children. Finished, dear, Madame Malkin announced, interrupting Harry's thoughts. Their final stop was Ollivander's. Harry had been using training wands for years, but now he would receive his true magical focus. The wand-maker's shop was dim and dusty, lined with thousands of narrow boxes. Ah, said a soft voice as they entered. I wondered when I would see you. Ollivander emerged from the shadows, his pale eyes fixed not on Harry's face, but on his forehead, exactly where the concealed scar lay. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Bellatrix stepped forward. "My ward requires a wand, Mr. Ollivander." "Indeed," the wand maker murmured, still staring at Harry. "Indeed he does." Wand after wand produced no results. Harry grew increasingly frustrated as Ollivander became more excited. "Tricky customer," he said cheerfully. "Not to worry, we'll find your match." Finally, Ollivander paused, an odd expression crossing his face. "I wonder." He disappeared into the back of his shop, returning with a dusty box. "Try this. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches. The moment Harry's fingers closed around it, warmth spread up his arm. He raised the wand and brought it swishing down, releasing a stream of red and gold sparks. Ollivander clapped his hands together. "Curious, very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked, unable to contain himself. The wand maker leaned close. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, young man. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave just one other feather. Just one. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, well, its brother gave you that scar." Harry froze, aware of Bellatrix stiffening beside him. "I think you are mistaken," she said coldly. "My ward has no scar of note." Ollivander smiled mysteriously. "Wands do not lie, madam. They recognize their true masters." He turned back to Harry. "I think we can expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." They left the shop in tense silence, Harry's mind racing. His wand was the brother to Voldemort's. Was this further proof of his connection to the Dark Lord? Or something else entirely? "We'll speak of this later," Rodolphus muttered, guiding them swiftly through the crowd. As they passed quality Quidditch supplies, Harry spotted a large family of redheads examining broomsticks in the window. Something about them caught his attention, a feeling almost like déjà vu. "Weasleys," Draco sneered, following his gaze. "Blood traitors, the lot of them. Father says they breed like rabbits and live like muggles." Harry should have felt disgust, but instead found himself curious. The youngest boy looked about his age, with dirt on his nose and second-hand robes. Their eyes met briefly, and Harry felt an inexplicable connection. "Come, Hadrian," Bellatrix called sharply, noticing his distraction. Harry turned away, pushing the strange feeling aside. He couldn't afford sentimentality or curiosity about blood traitors. He had a role to play, a destiny to fulfill. Yet as they returned to their temporary home, Harry caught himself wondering what life might have been like if Bellatrix and Rodolphus hadn't taken him that night. Would he have been raised by Dumbledore's people? Would he even know about his connection to the Dark Lord? And the most dangerous question of all, would he have been happier? The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet against the platform, belching steam as students rushed to board. Harry stood with his guardians, listening to final instructions. "Remember your clemency at all times," Rodolphus said quietly. "Dumbledore is a skilled legilimens. Never meet his eyes directly. The Slytherin prefects have been told to watch for you," Bellatrix added. "The Malfoys have ensured you'll have allies." Harry nodded, itching to board the train and begin his mission. "I'll write regularly through the enchanted journal." Bellatrix suddenly pulled him into a fierce embrace, a rare physical gesture from her. "Make us proud, little heir," she whispered. "Make him proud." Harry boarded the train, easily finding the compartment where Draco sat with several other pureblood children. Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, hulking boys with dull expressions. Pansy Parkinson, sharp-faced and calculating. Theodore Nott, quiet and observant. "This is my cousin, Hadrian Corvus," Draco announced. "His family's been abroad, studying the old ways." The implication was clear, and Harry saw the respect bloom in their eyes. These were children of Death Eaters, raised on the same ideology he had been. They were midway through the journey when their compartment door slid open. A bushy-haired girl with large front teeth stood in the doorway, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one," she said in a bossy voice. Draco snickered. "Longbottom can't even keep track of a toad. Pathetic." The girl frowned. "There's no need to be rude." Her eyes landed on Harry, who was reading an advanced potions text. "That's a sixth-year book." Harry glanced up, evaluating her. Despite her intrusive manner, her eyes sparked with intelligence. "I find the standard curriculum lacking." She looked impressed. "I've read all our course books already, of course. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way." The compartment temperature seemed to drop. Granger. Not a wizarding name. Mudblood. "No one asked," Pansy said coldly. Hermione flushed but stood her ground. "Well, if you see the toad, let us know." She turned to leave, then paused. "You might want to change into your robes. I expect we'll be arriving soon." After she left, the compartment erupted in disgusted comments. "Did you see her hair?" Pansy sneered. "Can't believe they let that sort in," Theodore added quietly. Harry said nothing, but found himself surprisingly impressed by the girl's composure and apparent knowledge. He'd been taught that mudbloods were inferior, their magic stolen or diluted. Yet she'd clearly studied ahead, just as he had. A dangerous thought, quickly buried. The train arrived at Hogsmeade Station as darkness fell. Harry joined the crowd of first-years following a giant man named Hagrid to a fleet of small boats. "No more than 4 to a boat," Hagrid called. Harry ended up sharing with Draco, Pansy, and the Longbottom boy, who clutched his newly recovered toad with nervous determination. Harry studied him covertly. If what he'd pieced together was correct, Neville Longbottom could have been the chosen one instead of him. As the boats rounded a bend, Hogwarts came into view, its windows sparkling against the starry sky. Harry felt a surge of emotion he couldn't name, something between awe and belonging. This was where Voldemort had discovered his power, where he had begun his ascent. And now Harry would follow in his footsteps. They entered the castle and were greeted by Professor McGonagall, a stern-looking witch who explained the sorting ceremony. Harry listened intently, knowing this moment would define his path at Hogwarts. The great hall buzzed with excitement as the first years filed in. Harry identified Dumbledore immediately. The long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and penetrating blue eyes were unmistakable. He carefully avoided direct eye contact, focusing instead on the enchanted ceiling. The sorting hat sang its song, and then McGonagall began calling names. Crabbe and Goyle went to Slytherin, as expected. The Granger girl became a Gryffindor, which surprised Harry given her academic focus. Draco was sorted into Slytherin the moment the hat touched his head. Corvus, Hadrian. Harry stepped forward confidently, sitting on the stool as McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. But what's this? A hidden identity. Oh my. You're not Corvus at all, are you, Mr. Potter?" Harry's blood froze. "You can't tell anyone," he thought fiercely. "I don't reveal secrets, Mr. Potter. That's not my purpose. But where to put you? You've been raised for Slytherin, that much is clear. But I see something else in you, a capacity for love and sacrifice that would serve you well in Gryffindor." "Slytherin," Harry demanded. "It must be Slytherin. Are you certain? You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Gryffindor would help you on the way to a different kind of greatness." "Slytherin," Harry thought with all his might. "Well, if you're sure, better be Slytherin," the hat shouted the last word to the hall. Harry removed the hat, keeping his expression neutral despite his racing heart. The hat knew his true identity. Was his cover already blown? The Slytherin table erupted in cheers, with Draco looking particularly smug. Harry slid into place beside him, watching as the sorting continued. The Weasley boy, Ron, Harry now knew, went to Gryffindor, joining a table full of red-headed siblings. Dumbledore rose to give a brief, eccentric welcome speech before the feast appeared. Harry ate mechanically, his mind still processing the hat's words. A capacity for love and sacrifice, traits his aunt had always dismissed as weaknesses. Yet the hat had seen them as potential for greatness. After dinner, the Slytherin prefects led them down to the dungeons, where their common room lay behind a stone wall. The password, pure blood, made Harry suppress an eye roll at its lack of subtlety. The common room was elegant in a cold way, with green-tinged light filtering through windows that looked out into the depths of the lake. Silver and emerald decorated the space, and portraits of distinguished Slytherins watched from the walls. First years, gather round, called the prefect, a tall boy named Marcus Flint. Professor Snape will address you shortly. On cue, the entrance opened to admit a thin man with sallow skin and greasy black hair. His dark eyes scanned the room, lingering momentarily on Harry before moving on. "Welcome to Slytherin," he said softly, yet everyone heard every word. "You are now part of the most noble house at Hogwarts. We value ambition, cunning, and resourcefulness. We protect our own. Any disputes remain within these walls. To the rest of the school, you will present a unified front." His gaze swept over them again. "I expect excellence from each of you. Do not disappoint me." With a swirl of his black robes, he departed, leaving the first years in awed silence. Later, lying in his four-poster bed, Harry fingered the enchanted journal hidden beneath his pillow. He should write to Bellatrix and Rodolphus, report on his sorting and first impressions. But something held him back. For the first time in his life, he was away from their watchful eyes. Here, surrounded by the deep breathing of his dorm mates, Harry felt a strange new sensation: freedom. Limited, conditional freedom, but freedom nonetheless. He would write tomorrow. Tonight, he would sleep and dream of what lay ahead in this ancient castle of secrets and power. Harry quickly established himself as a force to be reckoned with in Slytherin. His first week of classes demonstrated his advanced knowledge and magical prowess, though he carefully restrained himself to avoid undue attention. In Transfiguration, he successfully transformed his match into a needle on the first try, earning a rare nod of approval from Professor McGonagall. Only Hermione Granger matched his performance, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully at him across the classroom. Potions proved particularly interesting. Professor Snape began the class with a dramatic speech about bottling fame and brewing glory, before targeting the Gryffindors with cutting remarks. When he came to Harry, however, his expression became unreadable. "Corvus," he said softly. "Our new celebrity." Harry maintained eye contact for precisely 2 seconds before looking down at his cauldron, remembering Rodolphus's warnings about Snape's unclear loyalties. "Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "Draught of living death, sir," Harry answered promptly. Snape's eyebrow arched slightly. "And where would you look if I told you to find a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, sir. It will save you from most poisons." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry allowed himself a small smile. "They're the same plant, sir, also known as aconite." Snape stared at him for a long moment. "Correct," he finally said. "It seems at least one student bothered to open a book before arriving." His eyes flicked to the Gryffindor side. "Why aren't you all copying that down?" Throughout the lesson, Harry felt Snape's gaze returning to him repeatedly, as though trying to solve a puzzle. When class ended, the professor called him back. "Mr. Corvus, stay a moment." Harry approached the desk warily as the room emptied. "Your potion was adequate," Snape said, examining Harry's sample. But your theoretical knowledge exceeds what's typically taught to first years. Harry shrugged. I've always been interested in potions, sir. Indeed. Snape's dark eyes bored into him. Your guardians must be dedicated to your education. The implication was clear. Snape suspected something. Harry reinforced his occlumency shields. They believe in being prepared, sir. Clearly. Snape set down the vial. I knew your parents, you know. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Sir. The Corvus family. An old line, though rarely mentioned in Britain these days. Relief washed over Harry. A test, then, not an accusation. My guardians have told me little about my parents, he said carefully. They died when I was young. How convenient, Snape murmured. You may go, Corvus. I'll be watching your progress with interest. That evening, Harry finally wrote in the journal, encoding his message as Bellatrix had taught him. He reported his sorting, his classes, and the strange interaction with Snape, careful to present everything in the most favorable light. The response came that night, words appearing on the page in Bellatrix's spiky handwriting. Well done, Heir. Severus was always clever. Maintain your distance. Cultivate allies among the pure-blood families. Remember your purpose. The eyes of the faithful are upon you. Harry closed the journal, unsettled by the reminder that other Death Eater families would be reporting on his behavior. His every move at Hogwarts would be scrutinized, not just by Dumbledore and the teachers, but by those who expected him to be the Dark Lord's worthy heir. The pressure was suffocating. Over the coming weeks, Harry carefully built his reputation in Slytherin. He demonstrated magical skill without showing off, offered strategic help to the right people, and kept his opinions on blood purity subtle but clear enough to satisfy expectations. Flying lessons provided an unexpected opportunity. Harry had never flown on a broomstick before. The Lestranges had considered it a frivolous skill compared to combat magic, but he discovered an immediate, natural talent that even he hadn't anticipated. When Neville Longbottom fell and broke his wrist during their first lesson, Draco seized the boy's forgotten remembrall. Look what Longbottom dropped, he laughed. Maybe if he'd given this a squeeze, he'd have remembered to fall on his fat backside. Several Slytherins laughed, but Harry remained quiet, studying the glass ball with feigned disinterest. Give it here, Malfoy, demanded Ron Weasley, stepping forward. I don't think I will, Draco replied, mounting his broom. I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about up a tree? He soared into the air. Harry watched the Gryffindors' outraged faces, calculating. Here was a chance to establish his position with both houses. Give it back, Draco, he called lazily. It's beneath you to bother with Longbottom's trinkets. Draco hesitated midair. Harry had been careful to frame his request as concern for Draco's dignity rather than Neville's property, but the implication was clear: a true superior wouldn't waste time on such petty bullying. Catch it if you want it, then, Draco called, throwing the remembrall high into the air before swooping back to the ground. Without thinking, Harry mounted his broom and shot upward. The ball had reached the apex of its arc and was now plummeting toward the stone courtyard. Harry angled his broom into a steep dive, the wind whistling in his ears as he accelerated. Just feet from the ground, he caught the remembrall in an outstretched hand and pulled up sharply, rolling gracefully onto the grass. Slytherins and Gryffindors alike stared in shock at the display of flying skill from someone supposedly new to broomsticks. Mr. Corvus. Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the silence. Harry turned to see her marching across the lawn, face tight with, was that anger or excitement? Never in all my years, she began. Professor, it wasn't his fault, started Ron Weasley, surprisingly coming to Harry's defense. Be quiet, Mr. Weasley. Corvus, follow me, now. Harry handed the remembrall to a nearby Gryffindor girl. Make sure Longbottom gets this back, he said quietly before following McGonagall into the castle. To his surprise, she led him not to her office but to a classroom where she asked for wood. Moments later, an older Gryffindor boy appeared. "Potter, this is Oliver Wood." "Wood, I've found you a seeker." Harry nearly corrected her use of Potter, before realizing she meant another student. McGonagall was explaining how she'd never seen flying like that from a first year, not even from James Potter. Wait. James Potter? His father? He's built the right way for a seeker too, Wood was saying, walking around Harry and examining him like a prize horse. Light, speedy. We'll need to get him a decent broom, Professor, a Nimbus 2000 or a Cleansweep 7. I shall speak to Professor Dumbledore about bending the first-year rule. Heaven knows, we need a better team than last year. Flattened by Slytherin in that last match, I couldn't look Severus Snape in the face for weeks. Harry's mind raced. They wanted him to play Quidditch, for Slytherin, obviously, though they seemed confused about his name. This could be useful. Quidditch was popular, it would give him influence and connections beyond his house. Professor, he said politely, I think there's been a misunderstanding. My name is Hadrian Corvus, and I'm in Slytherin House. McGonagall blinked in confusion. Corvus? But I thought, she frowned. Well, that changes matters. I'll have to speak with Professor Snape instead. The end result was the same, Harry became the youngest Seeker in a century, but for Slytherin. Marcus Flint, the team captain, was ecstatic. Snape approved the bending of rules with a calculating gleam in his eye, and a brand new Nimbus 2000 arrived for Harry the following week. The attached note read simply, make good use of this advantage. Harry's first real challenge came at Halloween. He'd been carefully tracking Dumbledore's movements and had noticed the headmaster's attention to the third-floor corridor. Through careful observation and subtle questioning, Harry learned about the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary artifact that could create gold and grant immortality. If anything could help restore the Dark Lord to power, this would be it. Harry reported his suspicions through the enchanted journal. The response was immediate and emphatic, investigate further. If the stone exists, secure it for our master's return. During the Halloween feast, Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall, announcing a troll in the dungeons before fainting dramatically. As Slytherins were being led back to their common room, Harry noticed Hermione Granger was missing from the Gryffindor line. He overheard Ron Weasley telling another boy, I called her a know-it-all after charms. She's been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. Harry hesitated only briefly. The troll presented both danger and opportunity. If Hermione died while he had information that could have saved her, questions would be asked. Furthermore, saving her would build a useful connection with a student whose intelligence he'd reluctantly come to respect. Cover for me, he muttered to Draco, slipping away from the Slytherin procession. He reached the girls' bathroom just as the troll did, a 12-foot mountain of stench and stupidity, dragging a massive club. Screams came from inside the bathroom. Harry assessed the situation quickly. Direct confrontation would be foolish, the troll's hide was resistant to most basic spells. Instead, he waited until the troll entered the bathroom, then cast a powerful levitation charm on its club. The massive weapon rose into the air, hovering momentarily before Harry released the spell, sending it crashing onto the troll's head. The creature swayed and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Harry entered the bathroom to find Hermione pressed against the wall, white-faced with terror. Are you hurt? He asked briskly. She shook her head, staring at him. You're the Slytherin boy. Why did you? You were in danger. I acted, Harry said simply. Can you walk? Before she could answer, teachers burst into the room, McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. They took in the scene with varying degrees of shock. What on earth were you thinking? McGonagall demanded, looking from Harry to Hermione to the unconscious troll. You could have been killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory? Harry met her gaze calmly. I noticed Granger was missing during the evacuation. I thought someone should warn her about the troll. That was incredibly foolish, McGonagall said, though her expression softened slightly. However, not many first years could take on a full-grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. 20 points to Slytherin, Mr. Corvus, for sheer dumb luck. As the teachers dealt with the troll, Harry turned to leave. Hermione caught his arm. "Thank you," she said softly. "But why would you help me?" "I'm just a mud," she stopped herself, eyes flashing with hurt and defiance. "Don't say that word," Harry said automatically, surprising himself. "You're a witch. A talented one. That's not irrelevant." It wasn't the full truth, but it wasn't entirely a lie either. Harry was beginning to question aspects of the ideology he'd been raised with, though he'd never admit it. "Still," she persisted, "Slytherins don't usually help Gryffindors. Especially not people like me." Harry shrugged. "Maybe I'm not a usual Slytherin." He left before she could respond, his mind already turning to how he could use this incident to his advantage. Saving a Muggleborn would raise eyebrows among his housemates, but might also lower Dumbledore's suspicions. A calculated risk. Yet as he headed back to the Slytherin common room, Harry couldn't deny the small surge of satisfaction he'd felt at Hermione's gratitude. It reminded him of healing injured creatures as a child, the simple pleasure of using his power to protect rather than harm. A dangerous thought, quickly buried. The Christmas holiday approached, bringing Harry's first true test. Bellatrix and Rodolphus had arranged for him to spend the break at Malfoy Manor, where several Death Eater families would gather to assess his progress. Before leaving, Harry continued his investigation of the Philosopher's Stone. He discovered it was protected by a series of obstacles, created by different professors. The most intriguing was Fluffy, the three-headed dog guarding the trapdoor, which could be lulled to sleep with music. Harry reported this information in his journal but received an unexpected response: "Continue observation only. The stone will be secured when the time is right. Focus on maintaining your cover during the gathering. Much depends on the impression you make." The message left Harry uneasy. Were they pursuing the stone through another avenue? Or waiting for something else? At Malfoy Manor, Harry found himself the center of attention among the gathered pureblood families. The Malfoys, Knotts, Parkinsons, Crabs, Goyles, and others watched him carefully as he demonstrated the magic he'd learned at Hogwarts. "Impressive," Lucius Malfoy commented as Harry performed a perfect blasting curse, well beyond first-year level. "Draco speaks highly of your abilities." Harry inclined his head modestly, aware of Draco's jealous glance. "Hogwarts provides a solid foundation, though nothing compared to the supplementary education I received growing up." The adults exchanged knowing looks. Several tried to engage Harry in political discussions, testing his commitment to blood purity and the old ways. Harry navigated these conversations carefully, showing enough dedication to satisfy them without revealing the depths of his knowledge about Voldemort. On Christmas Eve, after most guests had retired, Bellatrix pulled Harry into Lucius's study. Rodolphus and Lucius joined them, closing the door with complex privacy spells. "Tell us about Dumbledore," Bellatrix demanded without preamble. "Has he shown special interest in you?" Harry shook his head. "He watches everyone. His gaze has passed over me, but never lingered. The disguise holds." "And the stone?" Rodolphus asked. "You've confirmed its presence?" "Yes. Heavily guarded, but not impenetrable." Lucius paced by the fireplace. "The timing must be precise. Our friend is not yet ready for his return. The stone must remain secure until preparations are complete." Harry frowned. "Friend? Never mind that," Bellatrix snapped. "You've done well, little heir, but your greatest test approaches. When the moment comes, you must be ready to play your part in our master's resurrection." "I won't fail," Harry promised, though uncertainty gnawed at him. They were keeping something from him, something important about Voldemort's return. "See that you don't," Lucius said softly. The Dark Lord does not forgive failure. Later that night, unable to sleep, Harry crept through the manor's shadowy corridors. Voices drifted from Lucius's study, and he paused to listen. Unstable, came Rodolphus's voice. Quirrell's body won't last much longer. It doesn't need to, Bellatrix replied. Just long enough to secure the stone. And the boy? Lucius asked. Are you certain of his loyalty? Narcissa says Draco has noticed inconsistencies. What inconsistencies? Bellatrix's voice sharpened. Small things. Helping a mudblood. Refusing to mock blood traitors. Spending time in the library instead of the common room. Harry's breath caught. He hadn't realized Draco was watching him so closely. He's playing a role, Rodolphus said dismissively. Building connections across houses. It's strategic. Or dangerous, Lucius countered. If he's developing sympathies, he is not. Bellatrix hissed. He's been raised to understand his purpose. When the Dark Lord returns, Harry will stand beside him, or die. There is no middle ground. Harry slipped away, mind racing. Quirrell. Was the stuttering defense professor somehow connected to Voldemort? And why had Bellatrix used his real name when she never did in public? The pieces began falling into place: Quirrell's strange behavior, his convenient appearance at the troll incident, his constant proximity to places of importance in the castle. Harry returned to his guest room, disturbed by this new information and its implications. If Voldemort was somehow possessing Quirrell, seeking the stone for resurrection, then Harry's role as heir might soon be tested in ways he hadn't anticipated. For the first time, he allowed himself to consciously consider a terrifying question: what if he didn't want to help Voldemort return? The remainder of the school year passed in a blur of classes, Quidditch, and careful observation. Harry maintained his cover as the perfect Slytherin while secretly monitoring Quirrell's movements. In Slytherin's final Quidditch match against Gryffindor, Harry caught the snitch in record time, securing not only the game but the Quidditch Cup. His housemates celebrated him as a hero, but Harry found the adulation hollow. His mind was increasingly occupied with the looming conflict surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. As exams ended and summer approached, Harry noticed Quirrell's condition deteriorating rapidly: pale skin, twitching movements, and a strange odor that followed him like a cloud. The moment of crisis was approaching. Then, one evening, Harry spotted Quirrell hurrying toward the third-floor corridor. The time had come. According to his instructions, Harry should alert the Lestranges and stand ready to assist. Instead, he hesitated. Something Hermione had said during one of their library study sessions kept returning to him: the choices we make show what we truly are, far more than our abilities. She'd been discussing ethical applications of transfiguration, but the words had struck a chord. For 11 years, Harry had been raised to be Voldemort's heir, to embrace darkness, cruelty, and power at any cost. But what if that wasn't who he truly was? The memory of his mother's red hair splayed across the nursery floor flashed in his mind. She had died protecting him from Voldemort. What would she think of him now? Harry made his decision. He wouldn't alert the Lestranges. But he couldn't allow Quirrell to obtain the stone either. He would have to act on his own. Using his knowledge of the castle's secret passages, Harry reached the third-floor corridor before Quirrell could complete his task. He slipped through the door to find Fluffy already asleep, a magical harp playing softly in the corner. Harry dropped through the trapdoor, navigating the devil's snare with a well-placed fire spell. He moved through the subsequent chambers, catching the flying key, winning the chess game, solving the potion riddle, with speed born of preparation and natural talent. Finally, he reached the last chamber, where he expected to find Quirrell. Instead, he found only the mirror of Eriste standing in the center of the room. Harry approached cautiously, remembering Dumbledore's warning that the mirror showed only the heart's deepest desire. When he looked into its depths, he saw not himself standing with Voldemort, as he might have expected, but something entirely different. His reflection showed him flanked by two couples, his birth parents on one side, Bellatrix and Rodolphus on the other. All four adults were smiling at him with pride and love, not the twisted obsession Bellatrix actually displayed. In the reflection, Harry wore no house colors, carried no mark of allegiance. He was simply himself. Harry reached out to touch the glass, stunned by the vision. As his fingers contacted the cool surface, he felt something drop into his pocket. Reaching in, he extracted a small, blood-red stone, the philosopher's stone. Footsteps echoed behind him. Harry whirled to face Quirrell, who entered with none of his usual stutter or nervousness. "I wondered if I might meet you here, Corvus," he said coldly. "Or should I say, Potter?" Harry's hand tightened around the stone. "Professor." "Give me the stone," Quirrell demanded, stepping closer. "I don't have it," Harry lied smoothly, thanking Bellatrix silently for years of occlumency training. Quirrell's face contorted with rage. "Don't lie to me. I saw you take it from the mirror." He lunged forward, but froze at a high, cold voice that seemed to emanate from him. "Let me speak to him, face to face." "Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough, for this." To Harry's horror, Quirrell began unwrapping his turban. As the cloth fell away, Harry found himself staring at a terrible face protruding from the back of Quirrell's head, chalk-white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils. "Voldemort." "Harry Potter," the face whispered. "See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. But you could restore me. The Lestranges have prepared you well. Give me the stone, and together we will do extraordinary things." Harry stood frozen, the moment of truth upon him. Everything he had been raised for, everything he had been taught to believe, condensed to this single choice. "They told me you would return," Harry said carefully. "That I would stand at your side." "And so you shall," Voldemort replied. "You bear my mark. My power flows in your veins. You are my heir in all but blood. Then why did you try to kill me?" Harry asked, the question that had burned in him for years finally spoken aloud. "Why kill my parents?" Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "They stood in my way. As for you, a regrettable necessity. A prophecy, but that matters not now. What matters is the choice before you. Join me, or share your parents' fate." Harry looked into those red eyes and saw nothing but cold ambition and cruelty. Nothing of the greatness Bellatrix had described. Nothing worth serving. "I think," Harry said slowly, "I'd rather make my own choices." He dropped to the ground as Quirrell lunged at him, rolling toward the entrance. But Quirrell was faster, grabbing Harry's arm with surprising strength. And then it happened. Quirrell's flesh began to blister and smoke where it contacted Harry's skin. The professor released him with a howl of pain, staring at his blistering hands. "What magic is this?" he shrieked. "Seize him!" Voldemort commanded. Quirrell dove at Harry again. Acting on instinct, Harry pressed his hands to Quirrell's face, wincing as the professor screamed in agony. Whatever protection had saved Harry as a baby was still at work, burning Quirrell like acid. Harry maintained contact despite the excruciating pain in his scar, watching as Quirrell's body began to crumble. Through the haze of pain, he saw Voldemort's spirit tear itself from the disintegrating body, passing through Harry with a cold that reached his bones. The last thing Harry saw before losing consciousness was a swirl of purple robes and a long silver beard. Harry woke in the hospital wing, sunlight streaming through tall windows. Dumbledore sat beside his bed, watching him with those penetrating blue eyes. "Good afternoon, Harry," he said gently. Harry tensed. "Not Corvus, Harry." His cover was blown. "How long have you known?" he asked, voice hoarse. "From the beginning," Dumbledore replied. "Though I must commend the extraordinary measures taken to conceal your identity. The Lestranges were thorough." Harry's mind raced. If Dumbledore knew, had he been playing along all year? And what would happen now? The stone, Harry said suddenly, remembering. Destroyed, Dumbledore assured him. Nicholas and I had a little chat and agreed it was for the best. And Voldemort? Fled. Weakened, but not gone. He will find other ways to return, I fear. Harry absorbed this information, weighing his options. His mission had failed. Worse, he had actively opposed Voldemort. If he returned to the Lestranges. They'll kill me, he whispered, the realization breaking over him like ice water. When they find out what I've done. Dumbledore's expression softened. You have choices, Harry. You always have choices. What choices? Go into hiding. Spend my life looking over my shoulder. You could stay at Hogwarts, Dumbledore suggested. We can protect you here. And during summers, arrangements could be made. Harry's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Why would you help me? I've been raised by Death Eaters. Trained in dark magic. For all you know, I could be lying right now. True, Dumbledore agreed, eyes twinkling. But I prefer to judge people by their actions, not their upbringing. And your actions, Harry, speak volumes about who you truly are. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of an owl, which dropped a smoking red envelope on Harry's bed. A howler. Perhaps I should give you some privacy, Dumbledore said, rising. No, Harry decided. Stay. You should hear this too. He opened the envelope with steady hands. Bellatrix's magnified voice filled the hospital wing, vibrating with fury and betrayal. You ungrateful little traitor. We raised you, trained you, gave you purpose. And this is how you repay us. The Dark Lord knows of your treachery. When he returns, and he will return, there will be no corner of this earth where you can hide from his wrath or mine. You are no heir of ours. The letter burst into flames, leaving only ashes on the bedsheet. Harry stared at them, feeling a strange mixture of fear and relief. Well, Dumbledore said mildly, that rather simplifies matters, doesn't it? Against all odds, Harry found himself laughing, a painful, cathartic release of tension. He was Harry Potter now, not Hadrian Corvus, not the Dark Lord's heir. Just Harry. A boy with choices to make and a future to determine. For the first time in his life, he felt truly free. When Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express for the journey home, he did so with mixed emotions. Dumbledore had arranged for him to stay with a secure family for the summer, though he refused to specify who, citing ongoing security concerns. Slytherin House had been in turmoil since rumors of Harry's true identity began circulating. Some, like Draco, had reacted with anger and accusations of betrayal. Others, surprisingly including Theodore Nott, had maintained a cautious neutrality. My father always said the Dark Lord cared for no one but himself, Theodore had told Harry privately. Maybe you were smart to get out when you could. As the train pulled away from Hogsmeade Station, Harry found himself sharing a compartment with an unlikely group, Theodore, a reluctant but curious Draco, and Hermione Granger, who had insisted on joining them despite the Slytherin's initial objections. So it's true then? Draco finally asked, breaking the tense silence. You're actually Potter. Harry nodded, watching his former friend's reaction carefully. I didn't know myself until I was older. Your parents knew, though. Draco's face flushed. Father never told me. He just said you were special. Special, Harry repeated with a hollow laugh. That's one way to put it. I still don't understand, Hermione said, brow furrowed. If you were raised to, support you-know-who, why did you stop Quirrell? Harry stared out the window at the passing countryside, considering his answer carefully. Because choices matter more than blood, he finally said. More than destiny or prophecy or what other people expect from you. I made a choice. The compartment fell silent again, each occupant lost in their own thoughts. As London approached, Harry realized his journey was only beginning. Voldemort would return someday, and when he did, Harry would be his primary target. The Lestranges, the people who had raised him with their twisted version of love, would now hunt him alongside their master. But he wasn't alone anymore. And he wasn't simply what others had tried to make him. He was Harry Potter, son of Lily and James, raised by Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange. Light and dark, courage and cunning, love and power, all existing within him. What he would become from here was entirely up to him. Chapter 2, Blood and Choices. Thunder rolled across the sky as thousands of witches and wizards moved through the massive campground, their faces illuminated by magical fires that burned in shades of green, purple, and gold. The air thrummed with excitement, the Quidditch World Cup final was hours away, and the crowd's energy was infectious. Harry walked between Bellatrix and Rodolphus, all three disguised with complex glamour charms. His aunt and uncle had emerged from the shadows for this rare public excursion, judging the reward worth the risk. After all, what better place to hide than among thousands of distracted wizards? "Stay close," Rodolphus murmured, guiding them toward the high-end camping area where the Malfoys had secured space. "Too many Ministry officials about." Harry nodded, eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. 2 years at Hogwarts had sharpened his situational awareness. He'd spent his summers with the Lestranges, who had relocated to a smaller but equally secure property in northern Scotland. There, his training had intensified, no longer just theory and controlled practice, but increasingly dark and dangerous magic that left him exhausted, scarred, and undeniably stronger. They reached the Malfoy tent, an opulent affair that resembled a small palace from the outside and contained an entire manor within. Lucius greeted them at the entrance, eyes darting nervously around before ushering them inside. "You took a significant risk coming here," he said, leading them into a lavishly appointed sitting room where Narcissa and Draco waited. "The gathering tonight is worth the risk," Bellatrix replied, removing her hood once the tent flaps sealed behind them. The glamour charm faded, revealing her wild black curls and heavily lidded eyes. Draco glanced at Harry with a mixture of curiosity and resentment. Their relationship had grown complicated after the revelation of Harry's true identity. The summer after first year, the Lestranges had whisked Harry away before anyone could intervene, subjecting him to punishing acclimacy sessions to determine the extent of his betrayal. Satisfied that his actions against Quirrell had been strategic rather than treasonous, a lie Harry had maintained through excruciating mental invasions, they had doubled down on his dark training. When he returned to Hogwarts for his second year, Harry had played a careful balancing act, presenting as Hadrian Corvus to the world while privately acknowledging his Potter identity to select professors. He'd maintained his Slytherin connections while cultivating careful friendships across house lines, particularly with Hermione Granger, whose brilliance both challenged and impressed him. "Cousin," Harry acknowledged Draco with a nod. "Potter," Draco returned coolly, ignoring his father's warning glare. "Or are we still pretending you're Corvus in public?" "Corvus serves its purpose," Rodolphus interjected. "Dumbledore knows, of course, but he's allowed the pretense to continue. Strategically advantageous for all parties." The adults moved to a private room for discussion, leaving Harry and Draco in uncomfortable silence. "Heard you fought a basilisk last year," Draco finally said, curiosity overcoming his animosity. Harry shrugged. "The chamber needed opening. The beast needed mastering. And you just happened to be a Parselmouth. Convenient." "Blood tells," Harry replied with deliberate ambiguity. The truth, that he suspected his ability came from Voldemort himself, wasn't something he shared freely. Before Draco could respond, the tent flaps parted to admit Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini. Both boys paused momentarily at the sight of Harry. "Didn't know you'd be here, Corvus," Blaise said, emphasizing the surname slightly. "Last-minute arrangement," Harry replied easily. "Bulgaria or Ireland?" The conversation shifted to safer ground, Quidditch predictions and team statistics. Harry participated enough to seem engaged while observing his peers carefully. These sons of Death Eaters would someday choose their own paths, just as he would. Understanding their motivations might prove crucial. Later that evening, after Bulgaria's stunning loss to Ireland despite Crumb catching the snitch, Harry followed the Lestranges and several other hooded figures to a secluded clearing deep in the nearby woods. A dozen of Voldemort's most loyal supporters had gathered, forming a circle around a small fire that burned with unnatural blue flames. "Tonight, we reaffirm our commitment," Lucius began, his voice barely above a whisper. "Our master grows stronger. The signs are clear. The hour approaches for his return," Bellatrix added, her eyes gleaming with fanatical fervor. "And we shall be rewarded for our faithfulness." One by one, the gathered Death Eaters extended their left arms, rolling back sleeves to reveal the dark mark, faded but visible, like old bruises against pale skin. Harry watched, fascinated despite himself, as Bellatrix stepped forward with a ritual dagger. "Blood of the faithful, freely given," she intoned, drawing the blade across her mark. Crimson droplets fell into the blue flames, which hissed and spat. Each Death Eater followed suit, contributing their blood to the ritual. When all had participated, Rodolphus turned to Harry. "The heir must offer his tribute as well." Harry hesitated only momentarily before stepping forward. He had no dark mark, but that didn't matter for this ritual. He extended his unmarked arm, allowing Bellatrix to draw the dagger across his skin. His blood sizzled as it hit the flames, which suddenly roared upward in a column of blue fire. Within the flames, a face appeared, gaunt, serpentine, with burning red eyes. "Voldemort. My faithful servants," the apparition hissed, its voice sending chills down Harry's spine. "Your loyalty sustains me. Your sacrifice brings me closer to corporeal form." The gathered Death Eaters fell to their knees. Harry remained standing, locked in a staring contest with the creature who had murdered his parents. "And Harry Potter," Voldemort continued, red eyes fixed on him. "My would-be vanquisher. My heir. How curious fate can be." "My lord," Harry responded neutrally, aware of Bellatrix's anxious gaze flicking between them. "Your guardians have prepared you well. I sense great power in you. And something more. Defiance, perhaps." Harry reinforced his occlumency shields, feeling Voldemort's consciousness brushing against his mind like icy fingers. "Only against your enemies, my lord." A terrible smile stretched across the spectral face. "We shall see. The coming year brings opportunity, Harry Potter. A test of your true loyalties. Do not disappoint me." The flames collapsed inward, extinguishing with a sound like a drawn breath. The clearing fell into darkness, broken only by the wand lights that the Death Eaters hastily conjured. "He spoke to you," Bellatrix whispered, gripping Harry's shoulders painfully. "Do you understand the honor? The responsibility?" Harry nodded, his mind racing. Voldemort hadn't seemed convinced of his loyalty, understandable after the Philosopher's Stone incident. But he hadn't ordered his execution either. That meant Harry still had value, or Voldemort had other plans for him. "What test is coming?" Harry asked Rodolphus as they made their way back toward the campgrounds. "You'll know when the time comes," his uncle replied cryptically. "Be ready for anything." They had almost reached the edge of the woods when shouts and screams erupted from the campsite. Green light illuminated the night sky as the dark mark, a colossal skull with a serpent protruding from its mouth, appeared above the chaos. "We're not responsible for this," Rodolphus said sharply, pulling them behind a large oak tree. "Some of our colleagues have decided to celebrate more openly." In the distance, Harry could see hooded figures levitating what appeared to be the Muggle campground manager and his family, spinning them high above the crowd. "Fools," Bellatrix hissed, though her eyes gleamed with appreciation for the spectacle. "They'll bring the entire ministry down on us. Should we join them?" Harry asked, keeping his voice carefully neutral. Bellatrix studied him, searching for genuine bloodlust or merely the desire to please her. No, she decided. Tonight was about communion with our Lord, not mindless revelry. We return to the Malfoys' tent and depart immediately. As they hurried through the darkened woods, Harry's steps faltered. Ahead, partially hidden by shadows, stood a small girl with bright red hair, frozen in terror as she watched the chaos in the campsite. A Weasley, Harry realized. The youngest one, Ginny. She'd started Hogwarts last year and had been involved somehow in the Chamber of Secrets incident, though Harry had never gotten the full story. She was alone and clearly frightened, separated from her family during the panic. If the rampaging Death Eaters found her, a known blood traitor family's child, the outcome would be grim. Harry made a split-second decision. Go ahead, he told the Lestranges. I'll catch up. Before they could question him, he slipped away, circling around until he reached the girl. Weasley, he said quietly, causing her to jump and whirl around, wand extended with surprising steadiness. Corvus, she responded, recognizing him from school. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. Come to help your Death Eater friends torment muggles? No, Harry said simply. Come to get you back to your family before you get yourself killed. Follow me. She hesitated, clearly weighing her options. Why would you help me? Does it matter? Your family's probably at the edge of the forest by the Portkey area. I can get you there safely, or you can take your chances alone. Another scream pierced the night. Ginny's decision was made. Lead the way. But I'm watching you. Harry guided them through the woods, using detection spells to avoid other groups. They traveled in tense silence until Ginny spoke again. I know who you really are, she said suddenly. Ron told me. Harry glanced at her sharply. And what exactly did your brother tell you? That you're Harry Potter. That you know who tried to kill you when you were a baby but failed. That you were raised by Death Eaters who told you all sorts of lies. Not all lies, Harry replied automatically. But some, she pressed. Harry didn't answer immediately, focusing instead on navigating around a particularly rowdy group of wizards ahead. When they were safely past, he said, everyone lies, Weasley. Your side, my side. The trick is figuring out which lies matter. And have you figured it out? I'm working on it, Harry admitted. The honesty surprised him, something about the darkness, the chaos, and this girl's direct gaze made evasion seem pointless. They reached the edge of the forest where groups of families were gathering around emergency portkeys. Harry spotted the distinctive crowd of redheads searching anxiously nearby. There they are, he said, nodding toward the Weasleys. Go on. Ginny started toward her family, then paused and looked back. Thank you. Harry shrugged. I was never here. You found your own way back. She studied him for a moment. You know, for someone raised by monsters, you're not entirely monstrous yourself. Before Harry could respond, she darted away toward her family, quickly absorbed into a tangle of relieved embraces. Harry watched for a moment, feeling an odd hollow sensation in his chest, before turning away to find the Lestranges. Later, as they apparat back to their Scottish hideaway, Bellatrix fixed him with a suspicious glare. Where did you disappear to? Reconnaissance, Harry lied smoothly. I wanted to see how the Ministry responded to the chaos. Useful information for the future. She seemed to accept this, but Rodolphus's lingering gaze suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. That night, lying in bed, Harry replayed the evening's events. The ritual, Voldemort's appearance, the revel at the campsite, his encounter with Ginny Weasley. Something was shifting inside him, questions multiplying faster than the answers the Lestranges provided. For someone raised by monsters, you're not entirely monstrous yourself. The girl's words echoed in his mind as he drifted into uneasy sleep. The Hogwarts Express hummed beneath Harry's feet as he made his way down the corridor, passing compartments filled with excited students. Fourth year promised to be interesting, if Voldemort's cryptic warning about a test was any indication. He found his usual compartment already occupied by Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini. No sign of Draco yet, probably still saying prolonged goodbyes to his mother on the platform. Corvus, Theo greeted him with a slight nod. They had developed an understanding over the past 2 years, not quite friendship, but a mutual respect that transcended the usual Slytherin power dynamics. Heard anything interesting over the summer? Harry asked, stowing his trunk. Theo's eyes gleamed. Father says Hogwarts is hosting a special event this year. Something that hasn't happened in centuries. The Triwizard Tournament, Blaise confirmed, looking up from his book. My mother has contacts in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. They've been planning it for years. Harry absorbed this information, connecting it to Voldemort's warning. A high-profile international event would provide countless opportunities for infiltration, sabotage, or whatever else the Dark Lord might be planning. The compartment door slid open to admit Draco, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. His pointed face bore a smug expression. I see you've heard about the tournament, he said, taking the seat opposite Harry. Father told me ages ago, of course. Glory and 1,000 galleons to the winner. Planning to enter? Harry asked, knowing the question would irritate Draco. As expected, Draco's expression soured. Apparently they're imposing an age restriction. 17 or older. Pity, Harry replied without sympathy. The fewer complications this year, the better. He already had enough to manage without worrying about Draco's competitive streak. Their conversation was interrupted when Hermione Granger appeared in the doorway, already dressed in her school robes with her prefect badge prominently displayed. Prefect meeting in 5 minutes, she announced, eyes finding Harry. I thought you might want to know, since you received a badge too. Harry pulled the silver badge from his pocket. He'd been surprised when it arrived with his school letter, he hardly embodied traditional prefect material. But Snape, as head of Slytherin, had his own criteria. Thanks, Granger, Harry said, standing to follow her. Save my seat, he added to Theo. In the corridor, Hermione waited for him, arms crossed. You don't seem particularly enthusiastic about your prefect duties. Harry shrugged. It's useful. Gives me access to areas and information I wouldn't otherwise have. Of course you'd see it that way, she said, rolling her eyes. Some people might consider it an honor and responsibility. I'm honored by the power and responsibility, Harry countered with a smirk. Just not pretending it's anything else. They walked in comfortable silence for a moment. Their unusual friendship had evolved over the past 2 years, beginning with their library study sessions and deepening through shared intellectual interests. Hermione saw past his Slytherin facade in a way few others bothered to attempt, while Harry found her straightforward intelligence refreshing after years of Slytherin mind games. Have a good summer, she asked as they approached the prefect's carriage. Educational, Harry replied vaguely. With your guardians? She knew about the Lestranges now, though not the full extent of Harry's dark training. For the most part. He changed the subject. Heard about the Triwizard Tournament yet? Her eyes lit up. I've been reading all about it. It's fascinating, though the historical death toll is concerning. I hope the safety measures are robust. Harry didn't share her confidence. If Voldemort had plans involving the tournament, no safety measure would suffice. The prefect meeting was predictably dull, patrol schedules, password protocols, and reminders of responsibility from the head boy and girl. Throughout, Harry observed his fellow prefects, cataloging potential allies and obstacles. The Slytherin female prefect, Cassiopeia Greengrass, caught his eye several times, her calculating gaze suggesting she was doing the same assessment. Later that evening, as the Hogwarts Express approached its destination, Harry returned to his compartment to change into his robes. He found Cassiopeia waiting for him in the corridor. Corvus, she greeted him. Tall and elegant with dark hair and piercing blue eyes, Cassiopeia was a year older and from a neutral pure-blood family that had managed to avoid direct involvement in the last Wizarding War. Greengrass, Harry acknowledged. Something on your mind? Several things, she replied with a small smile. Primarily wondering how someone with your complicated background earned a prefect badge. Harry's eyes narrowed. My background? Please, she scoffed. I pay attention. The name changes, the convenient backstory, the exceptional abilities that appeared fully formed. And of course, the rumors from 2 years ago. Rumors are just that. Indeed. She stepped closer. But I find the truth far more interesting than rumors. You're Harry Potter, raised by Death Eaters, now walking a knife edge between two worlds. Harry's hand drifted toward his wand. If you believe that, why approach me directly? Hardly seems prudent. Because prudence is boring, she replied, unperturbed by his implied threat. And because I think we might be useful to each other. How so? My family values survival above ideology. We've remained neutral through conflicts that destroyed greater houses than ours. I suspect you're developing a similar perspective. Harry studied her, impressed despite himself. And if I am? Then I'd suggest an alliance. Nothing formal, nothing binding. Just two people with complementary interests keeping each other informed. What do you get out of this arrangement? Cassiopeia's smile widened. Insurance. When the storm comes, and we both know it's coming, I want to be standing beside someone powerful enough to survive it. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Harry to consider her proposal. She was right about one thing, a storm was coming. And in storms, allies were as valuable as shelter. The Triwizard Tournament dominated conversation during the welcoming feast. Dumbledore's announcement of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang's upcoming arrival caused excited murmurs throughout the Great Hall. The 1,000-galleon prize and eternal glory appealed to many students, while the age restriction prompted groans from the younger years. More interesting to Harry was the announcement of their new defense against the dark arts professor, Alastor Mad-Eyed Moody, a legendary Exorer known for filling half the cells in Azkaban. Father says he's completely deranged now, Draco whispered as the scarred, one-eyed wizard took his seat at the staff table. Sees dark wizards around every corner. Harry observed Moody carefully, noting how the man's magical eye swiveled independently, scanning the student body. When it passed over Harry, it paused fractionally longer than on other students. Harry strengthened his occlumency shields instinctively. After the feast, Harry performed his prefect duties, guiding first-year Slytherins to the dungeons and providing the password, Ascendancy, to the common room. Once the younger students had been settled, he retreated to his dormitory, which he now shared with just Theo and Blaise. Crabbe and Goyle had moved to Draco's room last year, leaving the 3 more intellectually inclined Slytherins to their own devices. Planning to enter the tournament if you can bypass the age restriction? Theo asked as they prepared for bed. Not interested, Harry replied truthfully. Glory and gold don't particularly appeal. Power appeals, though, Theo observed shrewdly. And winning would certainly provide that. Harry shrugged. There are more direct routes to power than risking my neck in some medieval competition. What he didn't say was that he suspected the tournament already featured in Voldemort's plans. The last thing he wanted was to play directly into the Dark Lord's hands. The following morning, Harry received his class schedule along with a note written in Bellatrix's distinctive spiky handwriting, delivered by a common barn owl to avoid attention. Keep your communication device with you at all times. Developments accelerate. Our friend has agents within the castle. They will contact you when necessary. Show no surprise at whatever occurs. Harry burned the note with a tap of his wand, letting the ashes fall into his porridge. The communication device was a two-way mirror, similar to the enchanted journal but more immediate. He kept it shrunk in an inner pocket of his robes, wary of its potential to compromise him if discovered. Classes began with double potions, where Snape seemed particularly irritable, taking points from Gryffindor with even more vindictiveness than usual. Harry worked efficiently beside Theo, producing a perfect wit-sharpening potion that earned a grudging nod from the potion's master. As they packed up their supplies, Snape called out, Corvus, stay behind. When the classroom emptied, Snape cast privacy charms before turning to Harry with an unreadable expression. "You've been informed about the tournament," he stated rather than asked. Harry nodded cautiously. "It was announced last night." "Don't play obtuse. You know what I mean. I received a note suggesting interest from certain parties." Snape's lips thinned. "Events are in motion. The Dark Lord grows stronger. And you, Potter, remain a wild card that neither side can fully trust." "I've given Dumbledore no reason to distrust me," Harry said carefully. "Haven't you?" Snape raised an eyebrow. "Spending summers with known Death Eaters? Maintaining your Slytherin persona? Practicing magic that borders on the illegal? He knows where I stand." "Does he? Do you?" Snape leaned forward, his dark eyes intense. "Your mother gave her life to protect you from the Dark Lord. Yet here you are, raised by his most fanatical supporters, trained in his methods, positioned as his heir." Harry stiffened at the mention of his mother. "I never asked for any of that." "Yet you continue to walk the line between both worlds," Snape observed. "Neither fully committing to Dumbledore nor fully embracing the dark. A precarious position." "The only position available to me," Harry countered. "Unless you're suggesting I openly defy the people who could kill me with a flick of their wands." Snape studied him silently for a long moment. "The tournament will force your hand, one way or another. Be prepared for that reality." With that cryptic warning, he dismissed Harry, who left the dungeons with his mind racing. Both Snape and Bellatrix had hinted at developments involving the tournament. Whatever Voldemort's plan, it seemed Harry would be central to it, willing or not. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived in late October with appropriate spectacle, a massive flying carriage drawn by Palomino horses for the French school and an enchanted ship rising from the lake for Durmstrang. The foreign students caused quite a stir, particularly Viktor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker whose performance at the World Cup had impressed even Harry. The Goblet of Fire was unveiled that evening, its blue-white flames dancing hypnotically within an age line drawn by Dumbledore himself. Harry observed several Slytherin strategizing ways to bypass the restriction, though he had no intention of entering. His attention was more focused on identifying which agent Bellatrix had mentioned might contact him. His answer came the very next day in defense against the dark arts class. Professor Moody demonstrated the 3 unforgivable curses with disturbing enthusiasm, his magical eye constantly returning to Harry throughout the lesson. When class ended, the professor barked, "Corvus." A word. Harry approached the desk, wand accessible but not drawn. Something about Moody felt off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. Impressive control during the Imperieuse demonstration, Moody growled once they were alone. "Most fourth years would have been jumping like frogs with half the effort I applied to you." "I've had practice resisting mental invasion," Harry said neutrally. Moody's face split into a grin that looked more like a grimace on his scarred features. "I'll bet you have. Your guardians would have seen to that." Harry tensed at the deliberate emphasis. "Sir." Moody leaned forward, voice dropping to a whisper. "The faithful send their regards. The time approaches for the heir to prove his worth." And there it was, confirmation that Moody was Voldemort's agent within Hogwarts. But something still felt wrong. The real Alastor Moody was legendary for hunting dark wizards, not serving them. "What exactly am I expected to do?" Harry asked carefully. "For now, nothing. The goblet chooses tomorrow night. After that, well, events will unfold as destined." Moody tapped the side of his nose with a gnarled finger. "Just be ready when opportunity presents itself." Harry left the classroom deeply unsettled. If Moody, or whoever was impersonating him, had plans for the tournament, Harry needed to be prepared for any eventuality. That evening, he sought out Cassiopeia in the Slytherin common room, finding her in a secluded corner reviewing ancient runes translations. "Greengrass," he said, sliding into the chair opposite her. "I've been considering your proposal." She looked up, a slight smile playing at her lips. "And I accept, with one condition. Complete honesty between us about matters of mutual survival." "Acceptable," she agreed. "Starting with your assessment of Professor Moody." Cassiopeia's expression turned thoughtful. "Not what he appears to be. The real Moody was my father's instructor during Auror training. This version gets details right but misses the essence." "Polyjuice?" Harry suggested. "Most likely. Question is, who's beneath the disguise?" "And what they want," Harry added. "Something to do with the tournament, obviously." She closed her book. "I assume your interest isn't merely academic?" "Let's just say I've received warnings from multiple sources." Cassiopeia nodded slowly. "Then perhaps we should ensure one of us is always watching our not quite genuine professor." Their conversation was interrupted by excited murmurs as Draco entered the common room, strutting with news. "Father just sent word," he announced to the gathered Slytherins. "The ministry's arranged for the tournament to be covered by the Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter herself will be doing interviews with the champions." Harry filed this information away. Media attention would complicate matters, especially if he somehow became involved in the tournament despite his intentions to avoid it. The following evening, Halloween, the Great Hall buzzed with anticipation as students gathered for the champion selection. The goblet's blue flames turned red as it ejected the first name. "The champion for Durmstrang," Dumbledore announced, "is Victor Krum." Applause erupted, particularly from the Durmstrang contingent. Krum rose from the Slytherin table where he'd been sitting and disappeared through a side door. The goblet flared red again. "The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour." A stunning silver-haired girl rose gracefully from the Ravenclaw table, following Krum's path. The hall fell silent as the goblet prepared to select the Hogwarts champion. The flames turned red a third time, launching a charred piece of parchment. "The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory." The Hufflepuff table exploded with cheers as Cedric, a handsome 7th year, made his way to the champion's room. "Excellent!" Dumbledore called happily. "We now have our 3 champions. But in the end, only one will hoist the Triwizard Cup." His words died as the goblet unexpectedly flared red once more, spitting out a 4th piece of parchment. Dumbledore caught it, staring at the name for a long moment before reading, "Harry Potter." The hall went silent. All eyes turned to the Slytherin table where Harry sat frozen, his worst fears confirmed. Across the room, Fake Moody watched him with a satisfied expression. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore repeated, more firmly. "Please join the other champions." Harry rose slowly, feeling hundreds of eyes boring into him. Whispers erupted as he walked between the tables. "He's not even 17. Potter? I thought his name was Corvus." "Cheater." Snape's gaze followed him, dark eyes conveying a clear message, "I warned you." In the small room off the hall, the other champions looked up in confusion as Harry entered. Before they could speak, Dumbledore burst in, followed by Barty Crouch, Ludo Bagman, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, McGonagall, and Snape. "Harry," Dumbledore said calmly, "did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?" "No," Harry answered truthfully. "Did you ask an older student to do it for you?" "No." "He is lying, of course," Madame Maxime exclaimed. Karkaroff nodded vigorously. The boy clearly found a way to confound the goblet. Hogwarts cannot have 2 champions. Harry tuned out their arguments, focusing instead on Barty Crouch, who looked unusually pale and distracted. After much debate, Crouch delivered the verdict: "The rules are clear. Those whose names come out of the Goblet of Fire are bound to compete in the tournament. As of tonight, Harry Potter is the 4th Triwizard champion." The room erupted in fresh protests, but Harry had stopped listening. A binding magical contract now tied him to whatever scheme Voldemort's agent had set in motion. The trap had been sprung. When he finally returned to the Slytherin common room, he found it divided. Some students accused him of cheating and glory-seeking, while others, led by Cassiopeia, argued that any Slytherin clever enough to bypass Dumbledore's age line deserved respect. Draco approached him with narrowed eyes. "Somehow you always manage to be the center of attention, don't you, Potter?" Harry met his gaze evenly. "If you think I wanted this, you're even more self-absorbed than I thought. Someone put my name in that goblet, and it wasn't for my benefit." "Then whose benefit was it?" Theo asked quietly from nearby. "That's what I intend to find out," Harry replied. Later, alone in his dormitory, Harry retrieved the two-way mirror from his trunk and activated it. Bellatrix's face appeared immediately. "So it begins," she said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Our Lord's plan proceeds perfectly. Being forced into a potentially deadly tournament is perfect?" Harry asked with barely concealed irritation. "Don't be naive, little Heir. The tournament is merely a vehicle. The third task will transport you to our master, where you'll play your crucial role in his resurrection." "And what role is that, exactly?" Harry pressed. Bellatrix's expression turned suspicious. "You'll know when the time comes. For now, survive the tasks. Demonstrate your power without revealing its full extent. The eyes of potential allies will be upon you." After ending the conversation, Harry sat on his bed, thinking. Whatever crucial role Voldemort had planned for him, it couldn't be good. The Dark Lord didn't forgive betrayal easily, and Harry's actions with the Philosopher's Stone had definitely qualified. He needed allies, contingency plans, and most importantly, information. The tournament had just become a countdown to a confrontation he might not survive. The weeks following Harry's selection as champion were challenging. Most of Hogwarts believed he had cheated his way into the tournament, with Hufflepuffs particularly hostile given that he had overshadowed Cedric. Rita Skeeter's inflammatory article portraying him as an attention-seeking, emotionally damaged child hadn't helped matters. Only a few people stood by him. Theo and Blaise maintained their usual aloof support. Cassiopeia actively defended him to other Slytherins. And most surprisingly, Hermione Granger sought him out one evening in the library. "This isn't right," she said without preamble, dropping into the chair across from him. "Someone's obviously targeting you." Harry glanced up from his research on past tournaments. "Bit obvious, isn't it? But no one's doing anything about it. Dumbledore's letting you compete, the teachers are treating it like you're just another champion, and the students are being absolutely horrid. What would you suggest?" Harry asked, genuinely curious about her perspective. Hermione bit her lip. "I've been researching magical contracts. The goblet creates a binding agreement, but there might be loopholes. If we could prove someone else entered your name fraudulently, it wouldn't matter," Harry interrupted. "The magic doesn't care about intent or fairness. It only recognizes that my name came out of the goblet." "Then we need to prepare you for the tasks," she said firmly. "Whatever the first one is." Harry studied her, puzzled by her commitment. "Why help me, Granger? We're not exactly friends." "Aren't we?" She looked genuinely surprised. "We've studied together for 2 years. You saved me from that troll in first year. You defended me when Malfoy called me, that word, last term." Harry hadn't realized she'd noticed that last incident. He'd hexed Draco after a particularly nasty, mudblood, comment, making it look like an accident during a practice duel. "Besides," she continued, "helping you irritates Ron Weasley, which is an added bonus after the way he's been acting about the tournament." That made Harry smile. Practical and petty. There might be a Slytherin in you after all, Granger. They settled into researching together, an arrangement that raised eyebrows but proved productive. Through their sessions, Harry learned the first task would involve dragons, information provided by Hagrid, who had shown the creatures to Madame Maxime, who had inevitably informed Fleur, after which the knowledge spread to all champions except Cedric. "You should tell Diggory," Hermione suggested when Harry shared this information. "Level the playing field." "Why would I do that?" Harry asked, genuinely confused. Because it's fair, she said simply. And because it would show you're not the cheater everyone thinks you are. Harry considered this. From a purely strategic standpoint, ensuring all champions had equal information might deflect some hostility. And if he delivered the warning personally, it might open a channel of communication with the Hufflepuffs. The next day, he caught Cedric between classes. Dragons, he said without preamble. That's the first task. One for each of us. Cedric stared at him suspiciously. Why are you telling me this? Everyone else knows. Seemed unfair for only the Hogwarts champions to be at a disadvantage. Harry turned to leave, then added, and contrary to popular belief, I didn't ask for any of this. The gesture didn't immediately transform public opinion, but it did earn Harry a thoughtful nod from Cedric in the Great Hall that evening. As the first task approached, Harry focused on his strategy. Dragons were resistant to most direct magic, but their eyes and mouths were vulnerable. Still, Harry had no intention of attacking the creature head-on. His plan required finesse, not brute force. On the morning of the task, Harry woke early, nerves humming beneath forced calm. At breakfast, he received an unexpected delivery, a small package containing a silver serpent pin and a note in Bellatrix's handwriting, for luck. Show them your power, little heir. Make us proud. Harry pocketed the pin without wearing it. The last thing he needed was to openly display Slytherin affiliation during a task where most of the school already hoped he'd fail. In the champion's tent, Harry drew the Hungarian horntail, the most vicious of the 4 dragons. His task was simple in theory: retrieve a golden egg from the dragon's nest without being roasted alive. Cedric went first, followed by Fleur and Victor. Each emerged singed but successful. Then it was Harry's turn. He stepped into the arena to a mixture of cheers and boos. The horntail crouched protectively over her clutch of eggs, eyeing Harry with murderous intent. Rather than immediately casting spells, Harry stood still, assessing the dragon's behavior and the terrain. What's he doing? Someone shouted from the stands. Get on with it. Harry ignored them, continuing his observation. The horntail was chained, but had enough range to cover most of the rocky arena. Her tail swept back and forth, spiked club ready to smash anything that approached from behind. Finally, Harry raised his wand. Instead of targeting the dragon directly, he transfigured several nearby rocks into wolves, not just visual illusions, but convincing animated creatures that moved with realistic behavior. He sent them charging around the perimeter of the arena, dividing the dragon's attention. While the horntail tracked the wolves, Harry disillusioned himself, not completely invisible, but enough to blend with the background when not moving. He began a careful approach toward the nest, using the wolves as continuous distraction. The crowd murmured in confusion, having lost sight of him. The horntail, however, wasn't so easily fooled. She sniffed the air, sensing his presence despite the visual camouflage. Harry needed a new distraction. He pointed his wand at a large boulder on the far side of the arena, Avis Oppunio Maxima. A flock of birds erupted from his wand, swarming toward the dragon's face. Simultaneously, he cast a blasting curse at the boulder, creating a deafening explosion. The combination of visual, auditory, and physical attacks overwhelmed the horntail's senses. In that moment of confusion, Harry sprinted forward, snatched the golden egg, and dove behind a rock formation as the dragon released a furious stream of fire in his general direction. The crowd roared, some in appreciation of his strategy, others simply relieved he hadn't been killed. Harry cancelled his disillusionment charm and held up the egg triumphantly. Look at that! Ludo Bagman's magically amplified voice boomed across the arena. Our youngest champion retrieves his egg with a combination of transfiguration, concealment, and distraction. Very effective, very Slytherin, one might say. Harry returned to the champion's tent to have his minor burns treated by Madame Pomfrey, who muttered continuously about the insanity of having children face dragons. His score put him tied for first with Crumb, the judges impressed by his strategy even if some, particularly Karkaroff, were determined to undermark him. As he left the medical tent, Cassiopeia was waiting for him. "Impressive performance," she said, falling into step beside him. "Though I notice you didn't use any obviously dark magic." "Contrary to popular belief, I do occasionally consider my audience," Harry replied dryly. The wolf transfiguration was particularly elegant. Sentient enough to serve as distraction without requiring continuous control. Harry glanced at her. "You know your transfiguration." "I know many things," she said with a slight smile. "Including that you've just earned yourself a reprieve from much of the hostility you've been facing. Nothing like near death by dragon to win sympathy." She was right. As they walked toward the castle, several students called out congratulations. Even some Hufflepuffs nodded respectfully. Hermione pushed through the crowd to join them, beaming. "That was brilliant," she exclaimed. "I've never seen multiple simultaneous transfigurations maintained while casting other complex spells." "It's all about compartmentalization," Harry explained, surprising himself with his willingness to share. "Dividing your magical focus into discrete channels. Like mental multitasking," Hermione mused. "I'd love to learn that technique." "I could teach you," Harry offered, again surprising himself. Cassiopeia watched this exchange with raised eyebrows but said nothing until Hermione had excused herself to find her friends. "The Muggleborn is quite bright," she observed neutrally. "Brightest in our year," Harry confirmed, waiting for the pure-blood commentary he'd grown up with. Instead, Cassiopeia simply said, "Useful allies come in unexpected packages." Before Harry could respond, Draco intercepted them, his expression a mixture of reluctant admiration and lingering resentment. "Not bad, Potter," he said. "Father will be impressed when I tell him." "I'm sure he already knows," Harry replied. Rita Skeeter was practically salivating in the stands. Sure enough, the next day's Prophet featured a front-page story about the Dark Heir's dragon triumph. The article managed to be simultaneously complimentary of Harry's magical skill while insinuating sinister undertones to his methods. Fake Moody cornered Harry after defense class that afternoon. "Clever performance, boy," he growled. "Showed restraint. Smart." "The objective was to retrieve the egg, not kill the dragon," Harry replied evenly. Moody's magical eye swiveled wildly before focusing on Harry's face. "Figured out that egg yet?" "I've had it less than 24 hours. "Best get on it then. Next task will test more than your combat skills." Moody leaned closer, dropping his voice. "Our mutual friend was pleased with your showing. Says you're proving worthy of your inheritance." Harry maintained a neutral expression despite the chill that ran down his spine. "Good to know." That evening, Harry examined the golden egg in the privacy of his dormitory. Opening it produced only an ear-splitting shriek that sent Theo diving for cover. "Bloody hell," his roommate complained, "warn a person next time." "Sorry," Harry said, closing the egg quickly. "It's supposed to be a clue." "Sounds more like torture," Blaze commented from his bed, where he'd been reading. "Perhaps that's the next task, surviving that noise for an hour." "There must be a trick to it," Harry mused, turning the egg over in his hands. The surface was covered in intricate engravings that resembled waves or perhaps scales. After several more attempts with different approaches, casting translation charms, heating the egg, cooling it, Harry was no closer to solving the mystery. He needed more information. The answer came from an unexpected source. 2 days later, Cedric approached Harry between classes. "Potter," he said quietly. "Take a bath with your egg." Harry stared at him. "Excuse me." "Prefect's bathroom, 4th floor. Passwords, Pine Fresh." "Take your egg and, just trust me, alright? Consider it repayment for the dragon tip." That night, Harry slipped through the castle under a disillusionment charm, egg tucked under his arm. The prefect's bathroom was opulent, a swimming pool-sized tub with hundreds of golden taps, each dispensing different colored water and bubbles. After filling the tub and ensuring his privacy, Harry climbed in with the egg. Following Cedric's cryptic advice, he opened it underwater and ducked his head to listen. Instead of shrieking, a chorus of eerie voices sang, "Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss, an hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took, but past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back." Mere people. The second task would take place in the Black Lake, where Harry would have to retrieve something valuable within an hour. The question was, what would the organizers consider valuable to him? He had few personal possessions beyond his wand, which they certainly wouldn't take. Perhaps his invisibility cloak, which Dumbledore had mysteriously returned to him in first year as a Christmas gift. More troubling was the method. Harry had never attempted underwater breathing for any significant duration. He'd need to research options quickly. Over the following weeks, Harry divided his time between tournament preparation and monitoring the fake Moody. The imposter's behavior grew increasingly erratic as the second task approached, taking frequent swigs from his hip flask, obviously polyjuice, disappearing from the Marauder's map, another gift from the Weasley twins via Dumbledore, and holding whispered conversations with Barty Crouch when the man visited Hogwarts. 2 nights before the second task, Harry was conducting research in the library when Hermione joined him, looking exhausted. "Found anything useful?" she asked, sitting heavily across from him. "Gillyweed seems the most reliable option," Harry replied, pushing a herbology text toward her. "Gives the consumer gills and webbed extremities for approximately 1 hour. Perfect for the time constraint." Hermione glanced at the page. "Where would you get it, though? It's not exactly a common ingredient." "Already handled. Theo's father runs an apothecary. It arrived this morning." "Always prepared," she said with a tired smile. "Must be a Slytherin trait." Harry studied her. "You look ready to collapse. What's Crumb got you working on?" She blinked in surprise. "Victor? Nothing. We just talk about cultural differences mostly." "Why would you think? Because you've been spending time with him, and you look like you've been researching for days without sleep." "Oh." She fidgeted with her quill. "Actually, Professor McGonagall asked to see me tomorrow. Something about the tournament, but she wouldn't say what." Harry frowned, connecting the pieces. "We've taken what you'll sorely miss. Not an object, then, a person." And for the other champions, Crumb had been spending time with Hermione, Fleur was often seen with her younger sister, Cedric was dating Cho Chang. But who would they take for Harry? He deliberately cultivated few close relationships. Theo or Blaise would be the obvious Slytherin choices, but neither qualified as someone he'd sorely miss. Hermione was the closest he had to a friend, but she was already assigned to Crumb. A disturbing possibility occurred to him. What if the tournament organizers knew more about his true relationships than he realized? What if they took someone connected to his life outside Hogwarts? The morning of the second task, Harry's question was answered. When he arrived at the Black Lake, scanning the crowd for familiar faces, he noticed 2 significant absences, Cassiopeia Greengrass and Ginny Weasley. Ginny made no sense, they'd barely interacted since the World Cup incident. But Cassiopeia, they'd been seen together frequently since forming their alliance, often sitting together at meals or patrolling as prefects. An observer might reasonably conclude they had become close. Harry fingered the gillyweed in his pocket, calculating. If Cassiopeia was indeed his treasure, retrieving her would be straightforward enough with proper preparation. But something felt wrong about the whole setup. His suspicions deepened when fake Moody approached just before the task began, speaking under the cover of the noisy crowd. "Don't be first back," he muttered. "But ensure you return within the time limit. The sequence matters." Before Harry could question him, Bagman's voice boomed across the lake, "Champions, take your positions. The task itself proved challenging despite Harry's preparation. The gillyweed worked perfectly, transforming his neck into gills and his hands and feet into flippers. But the lake was vast and dark, populated with grindylows, giant squid, and other hazards. Using a point-me spell modified for underwater use, Harry located the merpeople village relatively quickly. 4 hostages floated unconscious, tethered to a statue in the village square: Hermione, Cho Chang, a small silver-haired girl who resembled Fleur, and, surprisingly, Ginny Weasley. Not Cassiopeia after all. Harry hesitated, puzzled by the choice of Ginny. Was this Dumbledore's doing? A message about where Harry's true loyalties should lie? Cedric arrived moments later, followed shortly by Krum, who had transfigured his head into a shark. No sign of Fleur. Harry watched as Cedric and Krum freed their hostages and began ascending. After ensuring no other champions were approaching, Harry cast a cutting charm on Ginny's bindings. As he prepared to leave, he noticed the small silver-haired girl still tethered, apparently abandoned. Fleur must have encountered trouble. Remembering Moody's warning not to be first back but to return within the time limit, Harry made a calculated decision. He freed the little girl as well, ignoring the protests of the merpeople, and began swimming upward with a hostage under each arm. The return journey was slower, hampered by his double burden. Near the surface, the gillyweed began wearing off, forcing Harry to kick harder as his gills receded and his lungs burned for air. They broke the surface to tumultuous applause. Ginny and Fleur's sister gasped awake immediately, the enchantment broken. Harry guided them toward the shore where Fleur was being restrained by Madame Maxime as she tried to dive into the lake. "Gabrielle," she screamed, breaking free and wading into the shallows to embrace her sister. "You saved her," she cried to Harry. "Even though she was not your hostage." Harry merely nodded, catching his breath as he helped Ginny to the judge's platform. She looked at him curiously, water streaming from her red hair. "Why me?" she asked quietly. "I was wondering the same thing," Harry admitted. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore approached, eyes twinkling, once again displaying moral fiber beyond the requirements of the task. Harry said nothing. Was this another of Dumbledore's tests? Or had the tournament somehow recognized a connection between him and Ginny that even Harry himself didn't fully understand? The scores were announced: Cedric first with perfect timing, Krum second, Harry third with extra points for rescuing 2 hostages, and Fleur last due to her failure to complete the task. This left Harry tied for first place overall, with Cedric entering the final task. As the crowd dispersed, Cassiopeia found him, offering a warming charm and a calculating look. "The Weasley girl? Interesting choice." "Not mine," Harry clarified. "Obviously. Which makes it all the more intriguing." She handed him a towel. "The question is, who made that decision, and what were they trying to communicate?" Before Harry could respond, Ginny approached, now wrapped in a thick blanket. "Thanks for fishing me out," she said with a slight smile. "Though I'm still confused why I was down there in the first place." "Join the club," Harry replied. "You might want to ask Dumbledore about that." "Maybe I will." She glanced at Cassiopeia, then back to Harry. "Anyway, good job not letting me drown." After she left, Cassiopeia raised an eyebrow. "She's not what I expected from a Weasley." "Few people are exactly what we expect," Harry said, watching as fake Moody engaged in an intense conversation with Barty Crouch Sr. across the platform. Whatever game they were playing, the final move was approaching with the third task. And Harry needed to be ready. The months leading to the third task passed in a blur of preparation and vigilance. Harry divided his time between researching spells for the final challenge, rumored to be a maze filled with magical obstacles, and monitoring fake Moody's increasingly suspicious behavior. The imposter had taken a particular interest in Harry's progress, offering advice and even private training sessions that Harry cautiously accepted to maintain the facade of cooperation. During these sessions, Harry deliberately performed below his true capabilities, saving his most powerful spells and techniques for when they might truly be needed. Spring arrived, bringing with it an unexpected development. One morning at breakfast, the Daily Prophet's headline screamed, "Barty Crouch S.R., found dead in Forbidden Forest." The article detailed how the ministry official had been discovered by a Hogwarts student, specifically Victor Crumb, who had been walking with Hermione when they encountered a disoriented Crouch rambling about warning Dumbledore. Crumb had left to find help, but upon returning with Dumbledore, they found Crouch dead with signs of the killing curse. "Suspicious timing," Cassiopeia murmured beside Harry as they read the article together. "Especially given Crouch's recent erratic behavior." Harry nodded, remembering how Crouch had appeared increasingly unstable during his rare visits to Hogwarts. Someone silenced him. Someone who knew he was becoming a liability, she agreed. "Are not quite moody, perhaps?" "Almost certainly." The castle buzzed with theories about Crouch's death, but Harry had little time to investigate. The third task was approaching rapidly, and with it, whatever trap Voldemort had set for him. In early June, the champions were called to the Quidditch pitch to preview the final challenge. The field had been transformed into the beginning of a massive hedge maze, already 20 feet tall despite being only partially grown. "The Triwizard Cup will be placed in the center of the maze," Bagman explained cheerfully. "The first champion to touch it receives full points and wins the tournament." "Simple. What obstacles will we face?" Cedric asked. "Various creatures provided by Hagrid, enchantments from our professors, and the maze itself has certain qualities that might disorient you." Bagman winked. "Nothing you four can't handle, I'm sure." As they left the pitch, Crumb approached Harry. "Could I have a word?" Curious, Harry followed the Bulgarian seeker to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. "What's on your mind?" Crumb's normally stoic expression showed uncharacteristic concern. "Hermione speaks well of you. Says you are not like other Slytherins." "High praise from her," Harry acknowledged. "She also says you have dangerous connections. People who want to use you." Harry tensed. "Did she send you to warn me about something specific?" "No. But I've asked there when Crouch died." Crumb looked around cautiously before continuing. "Before Dumbledore arrived, Crouch said something. He mentioned a faithful servant at Hogwarts and the Dark Lord growing stronger. Then he asked for you by name. Not Corvus, Potter." This was valuable information. "Thanks for telling me. Did you mention this to Dumbledore?" "Duh. But I am not sure he took it seriously. The man was clearly mad at the end. Or perhaps the only one seeing clearly," Harry mused. Crumb studied him intently. "You know something about what is happening." "I have suspicions," Harry admitted. "And I suspect the final task will confirm them one way or another." Crumb nodded grimly. "Then we should both be careful in that maze. I think perhaps this tournament is more dangerous than just the tasks themselves." After Crumb departed, Harry remained at the forest's edge, thinking. Crouch had known something about Voldemort's plan, enough to get himself killed. And he'd specifically asked for Harry Potter, not Hadrian Corvus. The pieces were aligning, but the complete picture remained frustratingly unclear. That evening, Harry activated the two-way mirror to contact Bellatrix. He needed more information before walking into whatever awaited him in the maze. "Little Heir," she greeted him, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "The time approaches. Are you prepared for your moment of glory?" "That depends," Harry replied carefully. "I still don't know exactly what I'm walking into." "What's waiting for me in that maze?" "Not in the maze," Bellatrix corrected. "Beyond it. The cup is a portkey, arranged by our faithful servant. It will bring you to the place of resurrection." "And my role in this resurrection?" Bellatrix hesitated, her expression turning guarded. "You'll provide what the Dark Lord needs most. Your participation is crucial." You mean my blood, Harry stated flatly, the pieces finally clicking into place. The blood of an enemy, forcibly taken. That's what the ritual requires. Shock flashed across Bellatrix's face before she regained her composure. Who told you that? No one needed to tell me. It's basic dark magic. The most powerful way to restore a disembodied spirit requires bone of the father, flesh of the servant, and blood of the enemy. And what enemy would be more powerful, more symbolically significant, than the boy who caused his downfall? You're cleverer than we give you credit for, Bellatrix said, her voice hardening. But it changes nothing. You will fulfill your purpose, whether willingly or not. And if I refuse to touch the cup, then others will suffer. The Weasley girl, perhaps. Or your mudblood study partner. The Dark Lord has many servants, Harry, not all of them marked. The threat was clear. Harry nodded slowly, as if accepting his fate. I understand. Good boy, Bellatrix purred, her mood shifting again. It won't be so terrible. The Dark Lord rewards loyalty. You've been raised for this moment, to witness his glorious return and take your place at his side. After ending the conversation, Harry sat motionless on his bed, mind racing. The full extent of Voldemort's plan was now clear. Harry wasn't being groomed as an heir, he was being prepared as a sacrifice. His blood would restore Voldemort to power, after which he'd likely be killed to eliminate the threat he represented. The Lestranges had known this all along. 14 years of training had simply been to ensure Harry survived long enough to serve his purpose in the ritual. Any affection Bellatrix had shown him was merely to secure his compliance. A cold, clarifying anger swept through him. He had been used, manipulated, and lied to his entire life. But now, finally, he had all the information he needed to make his own choice. The question was, what exactly did he intend to do about it? The day of the third task arrived with clear skies and a festival atmosphere. The entire school gathered at the Quidditch pitch, which had been transformed into a spectacular maze of towering hedges. Temporary stands allowed spectators to watch the champions enter, though the interior challenges would remain hidden from view. Harry prepared methodically, reviewing spells, checking his wand, and securing a few strategic items in his robes, including a shrunken broomstick, emergency healing potions, and a small silver mirror that wasn't the one Bellatrix had given him. At breakfast, he'd received a brief note from Snape: be prepared for all possibilities. Your mother would expect nothing less. The mention of his mother, a rare acknowledgement from Snape, reinforced Harry's determination. He would not be a passive participant in Voldemort's resurrection. Before heading to the champion's tent, Harry sought out Hermione in the library, finding her surrounded by newspapers and reference books. Last-minute research, he asked, sliding into the chair opposite her. She looked up with a tired smile. Just trying to piece together some things about Mr. Crouch's death. Something doesn't add up. You're right about that, Harry agreed. Listen, Granger, if anything happens to me during this task, don't say that, she interrupted anxiously. Just listen. If anything happens, tell Dumbledore to check Moody, the real Moody. I suspect he's been imprisoned while someone uses Polyjuice to impersonate him. Hermione's eyes widened. That would explain, but Harry, if you suspect this, why haven't you told Dumbledore yourself? I need proof. And I think I'll get it tonight. He hesitated, then added, you've been a good friend, Hermione. Better than I deserved. Harry, she began, looking alarmed. Just be ready, he cut her off, standing to leave. And whatever happens in that maze, remember that people aren't always what they seem, including me. He left before she could respond, knowing she was smart enough to understand his warning if things went wrong. At dusk, the champions gathered at the maze entrance. Harry stood next to Cedric, both of them to enter first due to their tied standings. Krum would follow third, then Fleur. The crowd roared as Bagman introduced each of them, with Harry receiving a mixed response of cheers and boos. Champions, prepare yourselves. Bagman announced. On my whistle. 3, 2, 1, the shrill sound cut through the evening air. Harry and Cedric entered the maze together, reaching a fork almost immediately. Good luck, Cedric said, offering his hand. Harry shook it firmly. You too. Watch out for Hagrid's creatures, they're likely to be the most dangerous things in here. Cedric nodded gratefully before taking the left path. Harry turned right, moving purposefully into the gathering darkness. The maze proved as challenging as expected. Harry encountered a boggart, which took the form of Voldemort fully restored to power, a golden mist that turned the world upside down, and a blast-ended scroot that required creative spellwork to bypass. After nearly an hour of navigation, Harry heard a scream that could only belong to Fleur. He hesitated briefly before continuing on his path. Stopping to help others would only delay the confrontation he now knew was inevitable. Minutes later, red sparks shot into the sky, signaling a champion's withdrawal. One down. Harry pressed on, using a combination of point-me spells and intuition to work toward the center. He had just rounded a corner when he encountered Crumb, whose eyes were glazed and unfocused. Before Harry could react, Crumb raised his wand, Crucio. Harry dove aside, the unforgivable curse missing him by inches. Stupefy, he countered, dropping Crumb with a precise hit. Examining the fallen champion, Harry confirmed his suspicion. Crumb had been imperioused, likely by fake Moody to eliminate competition. He sent up red sparks for Crumb before continuing, more cautious than ever. The path grew darker and more disorienting. Several times, Harry encountered dead ends or paths that doubled back on themselves. The maze seemed to be actively resisting his progress. Finally, after what felt like hours, Harry turned a corner and saw it, the Triwizard Cup, glowing blue in the center of a clearing. And running toward it from another path was Cedric Diggory. Harry had a split second to decide. He could stun Cedric, ensuring he alone reached the cup and faced whatever awaited him on the other side. Or he could let Cedric win, avoiding the portkey entirely. But Bellatrix's threat echoed in his mind. If he failed to appear, others would suffer. And Harry had no doubt Voldemort would find another way to complete the ritual, perhaps with a less prepared victim. Diggory, he shouted, sprinting forward. Wait. Cedric paused just feet from the cup, turning with his wand raised defensively. It's a trap, Harry explained breathlessly. The cup is a portkey. It's going to transport whoever touches it somewhere else. Cedric's eyes narrowed suspiciously. How do you know that? Because this whole tournament has been manipulated from the start. My name in the goblet, the convenient help from Moody, Crumb being imperious just now, it's all been leading to this moment. Leading to what? To Voldemort's resurrection, Harry said bluntly. And I'm meant to play a part in it. Cedric flinched at the name, looking incredulous. That's insane. It's the truth. And if you touch that cup, you'll die. Voldemort has no use for spare champions. A moment of tense silence followed as Cedric processed this information. If what you're saying is true, he finally said, then you shouldn't touch it either. We should send up sparks, get help. If I don't go, they'll target others. People I care about. The admission felt foreign on Harry's tongue. Besides, I'm prepared for what's waiting. You're not. Cedric studied him intently, as if seeing Harry clearly for the first time. You're really Harry Potter, aren't you? Not just some Slytherin with a talent for dark magic. I'm both, Harry replied honestly. Raised by Death Eaters but still my parents' son. Another silence. Then Cedric lowered his wand. What's your plan? I need to go alone. When I don't return, tell Dumbledore exactly what I told you. Tell him to check Moody's office, the real Moody is probably imprisoned there. Cedric nodded slowly. You're sure about this? Walking knowingly into a trap? No, Harry admitted with a grim smile. But I'm sure about what happens if I don't. Decision made, Harry approached the cup. Just before touching it, he looked back at Cedric. "If I don't make it back, tell Granger she was right about me all along." Before Cedric could respond, Harry grasped the handle of the Triwizard Cup. Immediately, he felt the familiar jerk behind his navel as the portkey activated, whisking him away from Hogwarts and into the darkness beyond. Harry landed hard on damp ground, the Triwizard Cup flying from his grasp. Immediately, he rolled to his feet, wand out, taking in his surroundings. He stood in a dark, overgrown graveyard. Ancient tombstones and stone angels loomed in the moonlight. Ahead, a small church was visible beyond a large yew tree, and to his right stood a fine old house on a hillside. "Wand at the ready, Potter," called a familiar voice. How predictable. Fake Moody emerged from behind a marble headstone, but his appearance was shifting, the polyjuice wearing off to reveal a thin, pale young man with straw-colored hair and a manic gleam in his eyes. Barty Crouch Jr., Harry identified him, pieces clicking into place. "Everyone thought you died in Azkaban." Crouch laughed, a high, unnerving sound. "My father helped me escape. Mother's dying wish. Then I imprisoned him with the Imperious Curse until he became too unreliable. And killed him when he started talking too much." "Very good, Potter. The Dark Lord said you were clever." Crouch gestured with his wand. "Now drop yours. The others are waiting." Harry didn't move. "Others?" From the darkness behind Crouch emerged two more figures, Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange, both wearing full Death Eater regalia. "Little Heir," Bellatrix crooned, her eyes gleaming with fanatical excitement. "You've arrived just in time." "I'm not your heir," Harry replied coldly. "I never was. Just a convenient source of blood for your master's resurrection." "Blood freely given would be preferable," Rodolphus said pragmatically. "But we'll take it by force if necessary." "You're outnumbered, Harry." Harry assessed his options. 3 against 1, all skilled dark wizards in an isolated location. Direct confrontation would be suicide. He needed to buy time. "Where is he?" Harry asked, lowering his wand slightly as if considering surrender. "Voldemort." Bellatrix hissed at his casual use of the name. "The Dark Lord awaits. Drop your wand and you'll be reunited shortly." "I want to see him first," Harry insisted. "If I'm to give my blood willingly, I deserve that much." The 3 Death Eaters exchanged glances. Then Crouch reached into his robes and withdrew a bundle of cloth that squirmed and hissed. He unwrapped it partially to reveal a creature that made Harry's stomach turn, a hairless, scaly infant with glaring red eyes and flat, snake-like nostrils. "Enough delay," the creature said in a high, cold voice that Harry recognized from his nightmares. "Secure the boy. Begin the ritual." "Yes, Master," Crouch said reverently, rewrapping the homunculus. Harry made his move then, not toward the Death Eaters but toward the nearest tombstone, diving for cover as spells erupted behind him. A stunning spell grazed his shoulder, sending painful tingles down his arm. "Take him alive," Voldemort's voice commanded. Harry scrambled from tombstone to tombstone, firing hexes over his shoulder to keep his pursuers at bay. He needed to reach the large marble headstone he'd spotted, the one with Tom Riddle carved into its surface. If his guess about the ritual was correct, that grave would be crucial. A severing charm from Rodolphus caught Harry's leg, opening a gash across his calf. He stumbled, pain shooting up his limb, but kept moving. 3 more tombstones to go. "Crucio!" Bellatrix shrieked. Harry dove behind an angel statue, the unforgivable missing him by inches and shattering the stone wing above his head. 2 more tombstones. "Stop playing with him!" Crouch shouted. "The master needs him now." 1 more tombstone. Harry gathered his magic, preparing for his next move. As he darted toward the Riddle grave, Rodolphus appeared from behind a mausoleum, directly in his path. "Confringo!" Harry cast, blasting the ground at Rodolphus's feet. The explosion threw the older wizard backward, giving Harry the opening he needed to reach the marble headstone. He pressed his back against it, breathing heavily, blood seeping from his leg wound. The three Death Eaters converged, approaching cautiously with wands trained on him. "Enough games," Bellatrix snarled. "Your defiance changes nothing." "Maybe not," Harry panted. "But I wanted to make sure we were in exactly the right spot before I did this." In one fluid motion, Harry withdrew the small silver mirror from his pocket and held it up. "Albus Dumbledore," he called clearly. The Death Eaters froze in confusion. Then the mirror glowed blue, and Dumbledore's voice emerged from it. "Harry. We've received your signal. Help is coming. Hold on, Reducto." Bellatrix screamed, blasting the mirror to shards in Harry's hand. But it was too late. The distraction had served its purpose, and Harry had already drawn his backup plan from another pocket, a small vial of glowing blue liquid. "What is that?" Crouch demanded, edging closer. "Insurance," Harry replied, uncorking the vial. "One drop in an open wound and my blood becomes useless for any ritual. Poisoned, you might say. Specifically designed to disrupt resurrection magic." It was a bluff. The vial contained nothing more than a luminescent sleeping draught, but the Death Eaters couldn't know that. "You're lying," Bellatrix hissed, though uncertainty flickered across her face. "Am I? You taught me well, Aunt Bella. Always have a contingency plan." Harry held the vial over his bleeding leg wound. "Now back off, or your master stays a grotesque infant forever." A tense standoff ensued, broken by Voldemort's furious voice from the bundle in Crouch's arms. "He's bluffing. Subdue him." The three advanced again. Harry, out of options, prepared to fight to the death, when multiple cracks of apparition sounded around the graveyard. Figures in aura robes materialized, led by Dumbledore himself, his wand already moving in complex patterns. Chaos erupted. Spells flashed through the darkness as the Death Eaters engaged the new arrivals. Harry slumped against the tombstone, relief washing over him, until a hand seized his throat. Bellatrix's face loomed inches from his, her eyes wild with fury. "You betrayed us," she snarled, digging her wand into his cheek. "After everything we did for you." "You used me," Harry gasped, struggling against her grip. "You never cared about me, only what I could do for him." Something flickered in Bellatrix's eyes, hurt, perhaps, or a twisted version of it. "That's not true. You were like a son to me. My little heir, I was never your heir." Harry spat. "I was your master's ritual ingredient." Her grip tightened painfully. "We gave you power, knowledge, purpose. Without us, you'd be nothing. Without you, I might have had a real family." Harry shot back. "People who loved me for myself, not for some madman's prophecy." Bellatrix's face contorted with rage. She raised her wand, Avada, stupefy. A jet of red light struck Bellatrix from the side, sending her crumpling to the ground. Cassiopeia Greengrass stood behind her, wand still extended. "Greengrass?" Harry stared in disbelief. "How, your Granger friend is terrifyingly efficient," she explained, helping him to his feet. She assembled quite the rescue party in record time. Around them, the battle was ending. Rodolphus lay unconscious nearby. Crouch had been subdued by 3 Aurors. But the bundle containing Voldemort was nowhere to be seen. Dumbledore approached, his usual twinkle replaced by grave concern. "Harry, are you injured?" "Just my leg," Harry replied, wincing as he put weight on the wounded limb. "Sir, Voldemort, he was here. In some kind of temporary body. They were planning a ritual to restore him fully." "I know." Dumbledore surveyed the graveyard grimly. "Unfortunately, it appears Peter Pettigrew managed to escape with him during the commotion." "Pettigrew? But he's dead," another presumed death that proved premature, Dumbledore sighed. Much like young Mr. Crouch here. Harry's gaze fell on Bellatrix's unconscious form. For 14 years, she had been the closest thing to a mother he had known, a twisted, fanatical version of motherhood, but present nonetheless. Despite everything, a confused tangle of emotions knotted in his chest. "What happens to them?" he asked quietly. "Azkaban," Dumbledore replied. "Though I suspect Voldemort will not leave his most faithful servants imprisoned for long once he regains his strength." "And me?" Dumbledore's expression softened. "That, Harry, is finally your choice to make. No more divided loyalties, no more pretending. You've earned the right to decide your own path." As Auror secured the scene and a healer attended to his wounded leg, Harry watched Bellatrix being bound with magical restraints. Her eyes fluttered open, finding his across the graveyard. For a moment, the fanaticism faded, revealing something almost like genuine affection beneath the madness. "You'll always be my little heir," she called to him, her voice carrying across the graves. "When he returns, and he will return, remember who raised you. Remember where you belong." Harry held her gaze steadily. "I know exactly where I belong now, Bellatrix. And it's not with you." Something like pain flashed across her face before the Aurors operat away with her. Harry felt Cassiopeia's hand on his shoulder. "Ready to go back?" she asked quietly. Harry nodded, turning away from the spot where his surrogate family had stood. Whatever happened next, he would face it on his terms, not as Voldemort's heir or the Lestranges project, but as himself. Harry Potter, finally free to make his own choices. As they gathered around a ministry portkey to return to Hogwarts, Harry's scars suddenly burned with excruciating pain. Miles away, he knew Voldemort was raging at the failure of his plan. But for the first time, Harry felt no fear at this connection, only grim determination. The next time they met, Harry would be prepared. And he would not be alone. Chapter 3, The True Heir. The hospital wing was silent except for Madame Pomfrey's soft footsteps as she moved between beds, checking on her patients. Harry sat propped against pillows, staring out the window at the dawn breaking over the Hogwarts grounds. His leg was bandaged, the wound from Rodolphus's severing charm healing slowly despite the matron's best efforts. "Dark magic," she had muttered disapprovingly. "Always leaves a mark." A fitting metaphor for his life, Harry thought bitterly. The door opened, admitting Dumbledore. The headmaster looked weary, the lines on his face deeper than usual after a night of coordinating with ministry officials about the captured Death Eaters. "How are you feeling, Harry?" he asked, conjuring a squashy purple armchair beside the bed. "Physically or mentally?" Harry replied with a humorless smile. "Both, I imagine, are rather battered at present." Harry shrugged. "I've had worse." Dumbledore's eyes dimmed at this casual reference to the Lestranges' harsh upbringing. "I've just come from the ministry. Barty Crouch Jr. has confessed under Veritaserum to impersonating Alastor Moody since before the school year began. The real Moody was discovered in a magically expanded trunk in his office, weakened but alive. And the Lestranges? Currently in holding cells awaiting transfer to Azkaban. Their trial is scheduled for next week, though it's largely a formality given the circumstances of their capture." Harry nodded, unsurprised. "They've escaped before." "Indeed," Dumbledore acknowledged. "And I fear they will again, once Voldemort regains enough strength to liberate his followers." They sat in silence for a moment, both contemplating the inevitable storm that would follow Voldemort's return. Finally, Harry asked the question that had been burning in his mind since the graveyard. "Why did you let them take me? All those years ago, after my parents died, why didn't you find me?" Dumbledore's shoulders seemed to bend under an invisible weight. "By the time I realized you were missing, the Lestranges had already gone into hiding with you. They used ancient blood magic to conceal your location, magic similar to what protected you at your mother's sister's home, where you should have been placed." "My mother had a sister. Petunia Desley. A Muggle woman who, despite her complicated feelings about magic, would have provided you safety through your mother's blood protection. Harry tried to imagine growing up with Muggles instead of Death Eaters. The contrast was so stark it almost made him laugh. Would that have been better or worse, I wonder? Different, certainly, Dumbledore replied. Though I suspect the Dursleys might have struggled to provide the emotional nurturing a child deserves. Petunia harbored considerable resentment toward the magical world. So instead I got Bellatrix's version of nurturing, Harry said dryly. Lucky me. Dumbledore studied him over his half-moon spectacles. You survived, Harry. Not only physically, but spiritually. Despite being raised to embrace darkness, you've repeatedly chosen a different path. That speaks to an extraordinary strength of character. Or maybe just good survival instincts, Harry countered. The Lestranges taught me to recognize power and align myself accordingly. Perhaps I just calculated that your side would win eventually. Is that what you believe? Harry considered the question seriously. No, he admitted finally. But it would be easier if it were. The truth rarely offers us ease, Dumbledore said gently. Now, we must discuss your summer arrangements. Obviously, returning to the Lestranges is no longer an option. Even if they weren't in Azkaban, I doubt they'd welcome me back after that betrayal. Harry felt a pang of something like loss, which irritated him. They had used him, lied to him. Why should he feel anything for them? I've made arrangements for you to stay with Sirius Black. Harry blinked in surprise. The mass murderer. The wrongfully accused godfather, Dumbledore corrected. Sirius was your father's best friend and your appointed guardian should anything happen to your parents. He spent 12 years in Azkaban for crimes committed by Peter Pettigrew. The man who escaped with Voldemort's, whatever that was. Precisely. Minister Fudge has reluctantly acknowledged Sirius's innocence after Mr. Crouch's testimony confirmed Pettigrew's survival and guilt. Harry absorbed this information, feeling oddly detached. A godfather. Another connection to his birth parents, previously unknown and untapped. Does he know? Harry asked. About who raised me? He does, Dumbledore confirmed. And while the knowledge pains him greatly, he and Bellatrix are cousins, a family connection he's never celebrated, he understands none of it was your choice. Harry wasn't so sure about that. He'd made choices over the years, to embrace the training, to excel at dark magic, to believe the Lestranges' teachings about blood purity and power. Only gradually had he begun questioning those beliefs, and even now, part of him clung to certain aspects of his upbringing. What about Hogwarts? He asked, changing the subject. My identity as Corvus is clearly compromised. Indeed. I believe the time for that particular charade has ended. When you return for your 5th year, you will do so as Harry Potter. The implications of this washed over Harry. No more pretending. No more careful compartmentalization of his life and persona. The school would know exactly who he was, the boy who lived, raised by Death Eaters, sorted into Slytherin, trained in dark magic. That should make for an interesting welcome feast, he said wryly. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. I imagine it will. But you might be surprised by how quickly young people adapt to remarkable circumstances. And you've already built relationships across house lines, I believe. Harry thought of Hermione Granger, who had organized his rescue, of Cedric Diggory, who had chosen to trust him in the maze, even of Ginny Weasley, whose selection as his hostage in the second task still puzzled him. Some relationships, he acknowledged. Though I doubt the Gryffindors will ever fully accept me. Give them time, Dumbledore advised, rising from his chair. Now, I suggest you rest. We'll speak more about Voldemort's return and what it means once you've recovered. As Dumbledore turned to leave, Harry called after him, Sir. The thing in the graveyard, the creature Pettigrew escaped with, what was it? The headmaster paused. A temporary vessel. Voldemort exists in a liminal state between spirit and body. The ritual you prevented would have restored him fully. But he'll find another way. I fear so, yes. Which is why we must prepare. After Dumbledore left, Harry was visited by a parade of curious and concerned faces. Hermione arrived first, flinging her arms around him in an unexpected hug that left him stiff with surprise. "I knew something was wrong when you gave me that cryptic warning," she said, sitting beside his bed. "So I went straight to Professor McGonagall, who contacted Dumbledore. He already had some communication mirror system set up with you, apparently. A precaution we arranged after I told him about the tournament being manipulated," Harry explained. "I wasn't certain he believed me until he gave me that mirror. Well, it worked. Though I hear Cassiopeia Greengrass played quite the heroic role." Hermione's expression turned speculative. "I didn't realize you two were so close." Harry shrugged. "Mutual interests." Was all Hermione said, though her raised eyebrow suggested further questions might follow another time. Later, Cassiopeia herself visited, her typical composed demeanor slightly ruffled after the previous night's events. "Quite the dramatic exit from the tournament," she observed, perching elegantly on the visitor's chair. "Though not as dramatic as your entrance, I suppose." "I try to be consistent," Harry replied dryly. "Thank you, by the way. For the well-timed stunning spell." "Yes, well, I could hardly let Bellatrix Lestrange kill my most valuable alliance, could I?" Despite her flippant tone, something in her eyes suggested deeper concern. "She really would have done it, you know. Killed you." "Maybe," Harry said, remembering the conflict he'd seen in Bellatrix's face. "Or maybe not. She's complicated." "She's insane," Cassiopeia corrected flatly. "Though I suppose 14 years of raising an enemy's child as your own would drive anyone to madness." Harry flinched slightly at this blunt assessment. "They didn't see me as an enemy." "Not exactly. More like, an investment. An investment they were prepared to sacrifice for their master." Cassiopeia studied him carefully. "The question is, what happens to your investment portfolio now that your primary backers are in Azkaban?" The question was classic Slytherin, pragmatic, focused on advantage and position. Harry appreciated its straightforwardness after Dumbledore's more philosophical approach. "I diversify," he answered simply. "No more exclusive commitments to either side. I play my own game now." A slow smile spread across Cassiopeia's face. "Now that," she said with approval, "sounds like a strategy worth backing." Summer with Sirius Black proved unexpectedly educational. Harry's godfather was a study in contradictions, born to a dark pureblood family but rejected their ideology, imprisoned for 12 years yet maintained a wicked sense of humor, fiercely loyal to his friends but capable of cold fury toward enemies. They lived in Grimmauld Place, the ancestral Black family home that Sirius had inherited and converted into headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's secret resistance organization. The grim, dark house with its severed elf heads and cursed artifacts felt oddly familiar to Harry, reminiscent of the Lestranges' various hideouts. Their relationship developed awkwardly at first. Sirius clearly wanted to embrace Harry as James Potter's son, while Harry remained guarded, unsure how to relate to this stranger who claimed him as family. "You look just like him," Sirius would say, eyes distant with memory. "Except the eyes. You have Lily's eyes." Harry never knew how to respond to these observations. The Lestranges had rarely spoken of his physical resemblance to his birth parents, treating it as an unfortunate but manageable inconvenience. Gradually, however, barriers lowered. Sirius shared stories of the Marauders' Hogwarts days, painting a picture of James Potter that contrasted sharply with the blood traitor the Lestranges had described. Harry, in turn, cautiously revealed aspects of his upbringing, watching for the horror or disgust that never quite materialized in Sirius's expression. "Merlin, kid," Sirius said after Harry described his 10th birthday gift of practicing the Cruciatus curse on captured Muggle vagrants. "The fact that you turned out as decent as you did is bloody miraculous." "I'm not sure decent is the right word," Harry replied, staring into the fireplace. I did it, you know. Used the curse. Got quite good at it, actually. Because you had to, Sirius said firmly. Because the alternative was becoming a victim of it yourself. Harry wasn't sure that was entirely true. Part of him had enjoyed the power, the rush of dark magic flowing through him. That admission seemed too shameful even for Sirius's non-judgmental ear. The summer wasn't all psychological unburdening, however. Harry also received practical training from various Order members who cycled through headquarters. Moody, the real one this time, taught advanced detection spells. Tonks, a young Auror and apparently Sirius's cousin, helped with disguise techniques, and Lupin, another of his father's friends, provided extensive defense lessons. You're already quite advanced, Lupin observed after their first dueling session. Your spell repertoire is unusual for someone your age. Bellatrix believed in practical education, Harry replied, avoiding specific mention of the dark curses that composed much of his arsenal. Lupin smiled sadly. I imagine she did. Your mother would have appreciated the scholarly approach, if not the content. Lily was brilliant with experimental charms. These casual references to his parents, their personalities, talents, lives before their deaths, fascinated Harry. The Lestranges had mentioned them only as obstacles eliminated by Voldemort, not as complex human beings with individual qualities. By August, Harry had accumulated more knowledge about James and Lily Potter than in his entire previous life. He found himself occasionally wondering what they would think of him now, their son, raised by Death Eaters, walking a precarious line between light and dark. The question bothered him more than he cared to admit. 2 weeks before returning to Hogwarts, Harry received an unexpected delivery, a package containing his Slytherin prefect badge and a letter from Professor Snape. Potter, despite your dramatic change in circumstances, your academic standing and position within Slytherin House remain unchanged. As such, you will continue your prefect duties when term resumes. Be advised that your housemates' reactions to recent events will vary considerably. Some will view your actions as betrayal, others as strategic repositioning. Manage these perceptions carefully. Enclosed is a text on advanced occlumency techniques. Master them before term begins. You will need stronger mental defenses in the coming year. SS. No mention of Harry's mother this time, though the implication of continued protection lingered between the lines. Harry appreciated Snape's pragmatic approach, no flowery reassurances or moral platitudes, just practical advice for survival. The night before departing for King's Cross, Harry sat with Sirius in the kitchen, sharing a butterbeer as the house creaked around them. Nervous about going back? Sirius asked. Not nervous, Harry replied, considering. Just, recalculating. Sirius snorted. You sound like a bloody compass. In a way, I am. Finding my true north after years of deliberate misdirection. Harry took a swig of butterbeer. The Slytherins will expect me to maintain certain positions. The rest of the school will expect me to reject everything about my upbringing. Neither expectation is entirely right. So what is right, then? For you? Harry contemplated the question. Balance, he finally said. Taking what was valuable from my time with the Lestranges, the magical knowledge, the strategic thinking, the survival skills, while rejecting the ideology. And embracing what I've learned about my parents without trying to become some idealized version of them. That's surprisingly mature, Sirius said, looking impressed. Harry shrugged. Or just practical. The war's coming, whether I'm ready or not. I need every advantage I can get. You sound like you're planning to fight Voldemort yourself. Aren't I? Harry asked quietly. The prophecy the Death Eaters sometimes mentioned, it suggests I'm the only one who can. Sirius's expression darkened. Prophecies are tricky things. Often self-fulfilling. Maybe, Harry conceded. But Voldemort believes it, which makes it real enough in practical terms. They lapsed into silence, each contemplating the challenges ahead. Before heading to bed, Sirius gripped Harry's shoulder firmly. Whatever happens at Hogwarts, whatever path you choose, you have a home here now. Remember that. The words followed Harry into sleep, a novel concept taking root in his mind, a home based on choice rather than circumstance or obligation. The idea felt foreign, dangerous, and quietly revolutionary. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with the usual start-of-term chaos, owls hooting, students shouting, parents giving last-minute instructions. Harry stepped through the barrier with Sirius, disguised as a nondescript older wizard, and immediately felt the atmosphere shift. Whispers spread like ripples in a pond. Fingers pointed. Conversations halted mid-sentence. Harry Potter. Death Eaters raised him. Slytherin Prefect. Fought you-know-who. Dark Wizard himself, I heard. Harry ignored the murmurs, moving purposefully toward the train. Sirius squeezed his shoulder one last time before melting into the crowd. Alone, Harry continued forward, keeping his expression neutral as he navigated the whispers and stares. Potter, called a familiar voice. Theodore Nott approached, expression carefully blank. Interesting summer. You could say that, Harry replied, studying his roommate for signs of hostility. Yours? Tense. Father's been preoccupied since the graveyard incident. Theo's meaning was clear. Nott Sr. was scrambling to position himself with the returning Dark Lord while avoiding association with the captured Lestranges. Give him my regards, Harry said neutrally. Theo's eyes narrowed slightly. Which side's regards would those be, exactly? Mine, Harry answered simply. I've decided partisan allegiances are overrated. A flicker of surprise crossed Theo's face before he nodded slowly. Interesting perspective. We should discuss it further. Our compartment is near the back, usual location. Harry boarded the train, making his way through the crowded corridor. Students pressed against compartment walls to let him pass, their expressions ranging from fearful to curious to outright hostile. A flash of red hair caught his eye, Ginny Weasley, surrounded by friends in a packed compartment. Their eyes met briefly. She gave him a small, complicated smile that conveyed neither welcome nor rejection, merely acknowledgement. Harry returned it with a slight nod before continuing. He found the Slytherin compartment occupied by a tense gathering: Theo, Blaise, Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy, and Cassiopeia. Conversation stopped as he entered. Well, Draco drawled, though his usual confidence seemed forced. If it isn't the prodigal Potter. Malfoy, Harry acknowledged, taking the seat beside Cassiopeia. How's your father? Recovered from the disappointment of the graveyard yet? Draco flushed angrily. At least my father isn't in Azkaban. Give it time, Harry replied coolly. The Ministry's been conducting raids. The compartment temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Pansy looked between the boys nervously. Let's not start the term with hexes, shall we? We're all civilized here. Are we? Blaise asked mildly. I rather thought we were addressing the erumpent in the room. Potter's guardians attempted to use him in a resurrection ritual for the Dark Lord, and he responded by helping capture them. Awkward family dynamics, to say the least. Not to mention the question of where his loyalties now lie, Theo added, watching Harry carefully. Harry met each of their gazes in turn. My loyalties lie where they always have, with my own survival and advancement. The Lestranges taught me that much, at least. And betraying them served that goal? Draco challenged. They betrayed me first, Harry countered. Raised me as an heir, then revealed I was merely an ingredient in a ritual. Bad strategy on their part. This cold, pragmatic framing seemed to reassure some of the Slytherins. They understood self-interest as a motivation far better than moral objections to Voldemort's return. So what now? Theo asked. You're officially Harry Potter, boy who lived. Does that mean you're Dumbledore's champion? I'm my own champion, Harry replied firmly. Dumbledore has his uses, as did the Lestranges. I take what's valuable from both sides and discard the rest. Spoken like a true Slytherin, Cassiopeia observed with approval. Though I imagine this position makes you a target for both sides. Better a moving target than a stationary pawn, Harry said with a shrug. Besides, neither side can afford to eliminate me outright. I'm too valuable as a symbol. The tension in the compartment gradually eased as conversation shifted to safer topics: summer travels, OWL preparations, speculation about the new defense teacher. By the time they reached Hogsmeade Station, an uneasy truce had been established, with most of the Slytherins adopting a wait-and-see approach to Harry's changed status. Harry realized this same calculation would be repeated throughout Hogwarts in the coming days. Every student, every professor would be recalibrating their understanding of Harry Potter/Hadrian Corvus in light of recent revelations. The fluidity of his identity, neither fully dark nor fully light, would confuse and unsettle many who preferred clear categories. Good. Confusion created opportunities. And Harry intended to seize every opportunity this year presented. Fifth year unfolded with surprising momentum. The revelation of Harry's true identity quickly became old news, overshadowed by more immediate concerns: OWL preparations, the Ministry's increasing interference at Hogwarts through their appointed defense teacher Dolores Umbridge, and growing evidence of Voldemort's quiet rebuilding of power. Harry navigated these currents carefully, presenting different faces to different audiences. To his fellow Slytherins, he maintained his reputation for magical skill and strategic thinking while subtly challenging blood-purist rhetoric. To professors, he demonstrated academic dedication and occasional flashes of his parents' talents. To Dumbledore, during their infrequent private meetings, he provided carefully filtered information about the Slytherins' knowledge of Death Eater activities. And to the DA, Dumbledore's army, a secret defense group formed in response to Umbridge's useless teaching, he offered practical knowledge about combating dark magic, drawn from his unique upbringing. You have to understand how the spell works to effectively counter it, Harry explained during one meeting, facing a room of skeptical students from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. The Cruciatus Curse, for instance, targets nerve endings. There's no shield charm that blocks it directly, but certain area effect counterspells can dissipate its energy before it reaches you. And how exactly do you know so much about unforgivables? Challenged Zacharias Smith, a Hufflepuff who consistently questioned Harry's presence in the group. Harry met his gaze evenly. Because Bellatrix Lestrange taught me to cast them when I was 10. Would you like a demonstration? Smith paled and stepped back. Hermione quickly intervened. What Harry means is that his background gives him unique insight into defending against dark magic. That's why he's helping lead these sessions with me. The dynamic between Harry and Hermione had evolved into an effective partnership. She provided the theoretical framework and moral compass for the DA, while Harry contributed practical applications and combat experience. Together, they created a training program far more comprehensive than anything Hogwarts officially offered. Their growing closeness didn't go unnoticed. One evening, as they left the room of requirement after a DA session, Ron Weasley confronted them in the corridor. "Getting pretty cozy with Slytherin's Dark Prince, aren't you, Hermione?" he said, ears reddening with anger. "Forgotten what his family stands for? What they did to Neville's parents?" "I haven't forgotten anything, Ronald," Hermione replied coldly. "Including the fact that Harry was a child when those events occurred and had no part in them." "He's not what you think," Harry said quietly, studying the redhead. "Bellatrix, I mean. She's not just a mindless killer. She's devoted. Fanatical, yes, but driven by genuine belief. Is that supposed to make it better?" Ron demanded. "That she tortured people into insanity because she really believed in pureblood supremacy?" "No," Harry acknowledged. "But understanding her motivation helps predict her actions. Something you might want to consider as Voldemort gathers strength." Ron flinched at the name but held his ground. "Just because you grew up with monsters doesn't mean you understand the rest of us. Some things are simply right or wrong. If only it were that simple, Harry replied, a familiar emptiness settling in his chest. Good night, Weasley. As they walked away, Hermione sighed. He's not entirely wrong, you know. About some things being clearly right or wrong. Perhaps, Harry conceded. But those clear cases are rarer than most people think. The Lestranges genuinely believed they were doing right, creating a better world by purifying magical bloodlines. Their methods were cruel, but their conviction was absolute. That's what makes ideologues so dangerous, Hermione observed. The certainty that justifies any action. Harry glanced at her curiously. Most Gryffindors share that certainty, just for different ideals. Not all of us, she replied softly. Some of us question everything, even our own side's assumptions. In that moment, Harry understood why his friendship with Hermione had endured despite their different backgrounds. Like him, she existed somewhat outside simple categorizations, her intelligence demanding nuance where others sought simplicity. Careful, Granger, he said with a small smile. You're starting to sound like a Slytherin. And you're showing Gryffindor-like concern for others' welfare, she countered. Perhaps we're both more complex than our sorting suggests. This exchange lingered in Harry's mind over subsequent weeks as he balanced his various roles and allegiances. The simplicity of his childhood, when loyalty to the Lestranges and the Dark Lord's cause had been his only consideration, seemed increasingly distant. Yet even as he established his independence, echoes of his upbringing remained. When Umbridge's educational decrees grew more restrictive, Harry instinctively countered with subtle sabotage techniques Rodolphus had taught him for undermining authority structures. When Slytherin first years faced bullying from older Gryffindors, Harry intervened with the same cold efficiency Bellatrix had used to protect him from threats as a child. These moments created cognitive dissonance, using lessons from people he now opposed to achieve goals they would despise. But gradually, Harry recognized that knowledge itself was neutral, only its application revealed moral character. This realization proved crucial when Dumbledore finally shared the truth about Voldemort's immortality during a private meeting in late winter. Horcruxes, the headmaster explained gravely, showing Harry a damaged ring and the remains of a diary. Objects in which Voldemort concealed fragments of his soul, anchoring him to life even when his body was destroyed. Harry absorbed this information with growing horror. How many? I believe he created 6 intentionally, making his soul 7 parts in total, a magically powerful number. And to create these Horcruxes, he needed to commit murder, Harry said, connecting his knowledge of the darkest magic. The ultimate act of soul destruction. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. You're familiar with the concept? Theoretical knowledge only, Harry clarified. The Lestranges' library contained references, though even they considered Horcruxes too extreme, the magic too corrupting. Indeed. And yet, Tom Riddle embraced this corruption willingly, repeatedly. Dumbledore studied Harry carefully. To defeat him, we must destroy all his Horcruxes. Harry repeated. You're including me in this hunt. I believe your unique perspective may prove invaluable. You understand how Voldemort and his followers think in ways I cannot. Harry nodded slowly, processing the implications. You're not telling me everything, though. There's something about these Horcruxes you're holding back. A shadow passed across Dumbledore's face. There are aspects of this situation that require further confirmation before discussion. But rest assured, Harry, I will share all necessary information when the time is right. The non-answer confirmed Harry's suspicion that Dumbledore still didn't fully trust him, or perhaps sought to protect him from some terrible knowledge. Either way, it reinforced Harry's determination to pursue his own investigations alongside the headmaster's guidance. As spring approached, bringing OWL examinations closer, Harry found himself increasingly aware of surveillance from multiple directions. Umbridge watched him constantly, clearly suspicious of his connections to both Dumbledore and the Slytherin children of Death Eaters. Several Slytherins, particularly Draco, seemed to be reporting his activities to their parents. And occasionally, Harry felt a familiar presence brushing against his mental shields, Voldemort himself, testing the connection between them. This last development troubled Harry most. The link between them, manifesting through his scar, had grown stronger since the graveyard incident. Sometimes he caught flashes of Voldemort's emotions or fragmented images from his perspective. The implications were disturbing, particularly in light of the Horcrux revelation. One night in April, Harry woke gasping from a vivid dream of corridors and locked doors. His scar burned fiercely, and for a moment, he felt murderous rage that wasn't his own. Shaking off the sensation, he dressed quickly and slipped out of the Slytherin dormitory, needing space to think. He found himself climbing to the astronomy tower, seeking fresh air and solitude. To his surprise, someone was already there, Cassiopeia, wrapped in a cloak against the spring chill, staring at the stars. "Trouble sleeping?" she asked without turning, somehow sensing his presence. "Dreams," Harry replied simply, joining her at the parapet. "You. Letters from home. My father warns that alignments are shifting. Neutrality may no longer be an option for families like mine." Harry nodded, understanding the subtext. As Voldemort gathered power, he would demand declarations of loyalty from the old pureblood families. The Greengrasses had maintained their independence during the First War through careful diplomacy and strategic marriages, but such balance would be harder to achieve this time. "What will you do?" he asked. Cassiopeia turned to face him, her expression resolute in the moonlight. "What I've always done, protect my family's interests. But perhaps through new strategies. Such as alliances with individuals rather than factions. Particularly individuals with flexible perspectives on traditional power structures." Harry smiled slightly, recognizing the careful proposition. "Individuals like me, you mean? You occupy a unique position, Harry. Neither fully aligned with Dumbledore nor with the Dark Lord. Both sides want to claim you, yet neither quite trusts you." She stepped closer. "That makes you dangerous, and valuable." "It also makes me isolated," Harry observed. "Walking a narrow path between opposing forces." "Not entirely isolated," Cassiopeia said softly, her hand finding his in the darkness. "Some of us see the wisdom in your approach." The moment stretched between them, charged with unspoken possibilities. Then Harry's scar flared with sudden pain, breaking the connection. He winced, stepping back. "He's active tonight," he muttered, pressing his palm against the lightning bolt. Cassiopeia watched him with concern. "The connection grows stronger?" "Yes. And I'm not sure what it means." Harry stared out over the dark grounds. "Dumbledore knows more than he's saying. About Voldemort's immortality, about this link between us." "Then perhaps it's time you discovered what he's hiding," she suggested. "Before others make decisions about your future based on information you don't possess." Harry nodded grimly. She was right, knowledge was power, and he'd been allowing others to control crucial information about his own life. That needed to change, and soon. As they descended from the tower, Harry made a mental list of resources to exploit: Snape's knowledge of dark magic, Sirius's access to the Black family library, Hermione's research skills, and perhaps most valuably, his own unique perspective as someone trained by Death Eaters but fighting against Voldemort's return. The path forward remained uncertain, but one thing was clear: Harry would no longer be a passive piece on others' chessboards. He would play his own game, with his own rules. And he would start by discovering exactly what connected him to the Dark Lord who had murdered his parents and shaped his life from afar. Two events altered Harry's trajectory dramatically that spring: the mass breakout from Azkaban and the Battle of the Department of Mysteries. The first came without warning. One morning in early May, the Daily Prophet's headline screamed of catastrophe: 10 high-security prisoners had escaped, including Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange. The Ministry blamed Sirius Black, still officially considered dangerous despite evidence clearing him, but Harry knew better. This was Voldemort, flexing his growing power and reclaiming his most devoted followers. That evening, Harry felt a distinctive heat from his trunk, not from the communication mirror the Lestranges had given him, which he'd long since deactivated, but from a different device altogether. Buried beneath his textbooks lay a small silver locket, enchanted years ago by Bellatrix as an emergency contact method. Heart pounding, Harry retrieved it, holding the warmed metal in his palm. Should he activate it? The rational choice was to ignore it, perhaps turn it over to Dumbledore as evidence. But curiosity and a confused tangle of emotions won out. He tapped the locket with his wand, whispering the activation phrase Bellatrix had taught him, toujours fiddly. The locket's surface rippled, and Bellatrix's face appeared in miniature, projected above the silver case. She looked haggard but triumphant, her eyes burning with the same fanatical light Harry remembered. "My clever boy," she crooned, voice distorted by the magical connection. "I knew you would answer. Blood calls to blood, even across betrayal." "We're not blood," Harry replied coolly, maintaining his occlumency shields. "As you've made perfectly clear. Aren't we?" Her head tilted, bird-like. "I raised you, shaped you, taught you to survive in a world that wanted to domesticate your power. That creates a bond stronger than mere biology." "You raised me as a sacrifice," Harry countered. "Hardly maternal behavior." Bellatrix laughed, the sound brittle and unhinged. "Oh, little heir. So literal. So blind to the greater design. The ritual would have honored you, elevated you to the Dark Lord's inner circle. Your blood freely given would have created a debt he could never fully repay. And if I didn't survive the process? Then you would have died serving the greatest wizard who ever lived." Her expression softened, becoming almost tender. "But I had faith in your strength, Harry. I always have." The use of his real first name, rare from her lips, created an unwanted pang of emotion. Harry pushed it aside ruthlessly. "What do you want, Bellatrix?" "To warn you," she said, suddenly serious. "The Dark Lord plans to lure you into a trap. He believes you hold the key to a prophecy stored in the Department of Mysteries, a prophecy about you both." Harry frowned. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because despite your betrayal, you are still my little heir." Her eyes gleamed with possessive intensity. "The Dark Lord may claim your life, but only after you've fulfilled your true potential. Not as bait in some ministry scheme." "How thoughtful," Harry said dryly. "And what do you expect me to do with this warning?" "Be worthy of your training," she replied simply. "Remember what I taught you, anticipate your enemy's strategy, then subvert it. The Dark Lord expects Dumbledore's puppet. Show him my heir instead." Before Harry could respond, the projection faded, leaving him holding a cold, inert locket. He sat motionless on his bed, processing the conversation. Bellatrix had just betrayed Voldemort's plans to him, not out of reformed loyalty or moral awakening, but from some twisted maternal possessiveness that considered him simultaneously her creation and her property. The warning itself was valuable, assuming it wasn't deliberate misinformation. A prophecy in the Department of Mysteries, connected to both him and Voldemort. This aligned with fragments Harry had pieced together over the years, hints dropped by both the Lestranges and Dumbledore about why Voldemort had targeted his family originally. The question was, what to do with this information? Alert Dumbledore immediately? Or probe further, potentially exposing himself to whatever trap Voldemort had set? Before Harry could decide, a more immediate crisis erupted. Umbridge discovered the DA's existence through Marietta Edgecombe's betrayal, leading to Dumbledore's dramatic departure from Hogwarts after claiming responsibility for the illegal student organization. With the headmaster gone and Umbridge installed as Hogwarts High Inquisitor, the school's atmosphere darkened considerably. 2 weeks later, during History of Magic OWL examinations, Harry experienced his most vivid vision yet, Sirius Black, captured and tortured by Voldemort in the Department of Mysteries. The vision felt agonizingly real, with details so specific they couldn't be mere fabrication. Or could they? Bellatrix's warning echoed in his mind, a trap designed to lure him precisely where Voldemort wanted him. Harry abandoned his exam paper and hurried from the hall, ignoring the examiner's protests. In the corridor, he nearly collided with Hermione, who had apparently followed him. "Harry! What's wrong?" she demanded, steadying him as he swayed slightly. "Vision," he managed, scar still burning. "Sirius, captured, Department of Mysteries." Hermione's eyes widened. "We need to check if it's real. Could it be a false image? Something implanted?" "Possibly," Harry acknowledged. "Bellatrix warned me Voldemort was planning something like this." "Bellatrix warned?" Hermione stared at him in shock. "You've been in contact with her?" "Not regularly," Harry clarified quickly. "She activated an old communication device after the breakout. Said Voldemort was setting a trap involving the Department of Mysteries." "Then this is almost certainly that trap," Hermione reasoned. "We need to verify Sirius's safety before doing anything else." They hurried to Umbridge's office, the only fire connected to the Floo network under the new security restrictions. Using Cassiopeia's prefect status as cover, they gained access while Umbridge supervised another examination. Harry's head spinning through green flames to Grimmauld Place revealed the truth. Creature, alone in the kitchen, gleefully informing him that Master has gone out and would not be returning. Further questioning exposed the house elf's deliberate misdirection. Sirius was upstairs, completely safe, while Creature had been conspiring with Bellatrix to lure Harry to the Department of Mysteries. Pulling back from the fire, Harry related this information to Hermione and Cassiopeia, who had joined them. "So it is a trap," Hermione concluded. "We should inform Professor McGonagall immediately. She's at St. Mungo's after trying to prevent Hagrid's removal," Cassiopeia reminded them. "And with Dumbledore gone, we're on our own," Harry finished grimly. "But we can't just ignore this. The prophecy Voldemort wants, it concerns me directly. I need to know what it says before he gets it." "You're not seriously considering going to the Ministry?" Hermione asked incredulously. "Not blindly," Harry clarified. "But with preparation and a plan. If Voldemort wants this prophecy badly enough to create such an elaborate trap, it must contain information crucial to defeating him." "Or crucial to him defeating you," Cassiopeia pointed out. Harry nodded. "Either way, I can't allow him to access it first. But I won't go alone." Within hours, a plan had formed. Harry, accompanied by trusted members of the DA and select Slytherins willing to defy Umbridge, would travel to the Ministry using thestrals, skeletal winged horses visible only to those who had witnessed death. Their goal: reach the prophecy before Voldemort's Death Eaters, hear its contents, then retreat immediately. The final group consisted of Harry, Hermione, Neville, who insisted on confronting his parents' torturers, Luna Lovegood, Ginny Weasley, who volunteered despite her brother Ron's objections, Cassiopeia, and surprisingly, Theodore not. "Why are you helping?" Harry asked Theo as they prepared to depart. Theo's expression remained impassive. "My father will be there, following the Dark Lord's orders. I've seen what that servitude has cost our family. Perhaps it's time for a different approach." The flight to London was tense and uncomfortable, the Thestrals moving with eerie speed through gathering darkness. They reached the Ministry's deserted evening entrance and made their way to the Department of Mysteries, navigating the labyrinthine space with directions Harry had extracted from his visions. The Hall of Prophecy stretched before them, towering shelves filled with dusty glass orbs that glowed with faint inner light. Following row numbers from his vision, Harry led the group to the 97th row, where a small sphere bearing his name and Voldemort sat waiting. "That's it," he whispered, staring at the prophecy. "The reason he came after my family." "Harry," Hermione warned, looking around nervously. "We should take it and leave immediately. This feels wrong." "Listen to the mud-blood, Potter," drawled a familiar voice from the shadows. "Though leaving is no longer an option." Lucius Malfoy stepped into view, followed by masked Death Eaters emerging from between the shelves. Harry counted at least 10, including the unmistakable figure of Bellatrix Lestrange, whose eyes fixed on him with hungry intensity. The prophecy, if you please, Lucius continued, extending his hand. Hand it over, and perhaps we'll be merciful with your little friends. Harry's mind raced. They were outnumbered and outmatched in experience, trapped in an unfamiliar environment. Direct confrontation would be disastrous. Why does Voldemort want it? He asked, playing for time while subtly signaling his companions to prepare for action. What does it say that's so important? You dare speak his name? Bellatrix hissed, stepping forward. Her gaze shifted to Neville, recognition dawning. Ah, the Longbottom boy. How is your dear mummy? Still enjoying her permanent vacation at St. Mungo's? Neville lunged forward, only to be restrained by Hermione. Don't, she whispered urgently. That's what she wants. Only those about whom a prophecy is made can retrieve it, Lucius explained impatiently. The Dark Lord could not risk coming himself, and you have been uncooperative in your visits to the ministry. Hence our little arrangement tonight. Using creature to make me believe Sirius was in danger, Harry nodded. Clever. Though Bellatrix's warning somewhat spoiled the surprise. Bellatrix stiffened, her eyes widening slightly. Lucius turned to her with cold suspicion. Warning? What is he talking about, Bellatrix? Harry smiled thinly, spotting an opportunity to create division. Oh, didn't she tell you? We had a little chat after her escape. Maternal concern, apparently, about Voldemort using me as bait before I'd fulfilled my potential. The tension among the Death Eaters was palpable now. Lucius's expression hardened. We'll discuss this, Laps, later. For now, the prophecy, Potter. Before we start breaking your friend's limbs one by one. Harry's hand closed around the glass orb, lifting it carefully from its stand. The moment he touched it, a plan crystallized in his mind, dangerous, but potentially effective. I'll give you the prophecy, he said slowly, after I've heard it. That seems fair, doesn't it? You are in no position to negotiate, Lucius snapped. Actually, I am. Harry raised the prophecy high. These shelves look quite fragile. I wonder what would happen if, say, multiple explosive spells hit them simultaneously. How many prophecies would shatter? How would your master react to that failure? The threat landed effectively. The Death Eaters exchanged nervous glances, aware of Voldemort's legendary wrath. Let him hear it, Bellatrix said suddenly. Then take it. The boy's curiosity has always been his weakness. Lucius hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Very well. But your friends remain where they are. Harry activated the prophecy, and a ghostly figure rose from the orb, a woman with enormous glasses and a misty voice that Harry recognized as Professor Trelawney, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. As the voice faded, Harry met the eyes of his companions, a silent message passing between them. Then, with practiced coordination from DA training, they acted as one. Reducto, 7 voices shouted simultaneously, spells hitting the surrounding shelves with devastating effect. Prophecies exploded in cascading waves of destruction. Ghostly figures rose and spoke overlapping predictions amid the chaos. The Death Eaters scattered, shielding themselves from flying glass and falling shelves. Run! Harry shouted, still clutching the original prophecy as they sprinted toward the exit. What followed was a frantic chase through the Department of Mysteries, through the Brain Room, the Time Chamber, and eventually into the Death Chamber with its stone archway draped in gently fluttering veil. Here, the Death Eaters cornered them, and the true battle began. Harry had prepared his companions well through DA training, but the Death Eaters' experience and willingness to use unforgivable curses created a deadly imbalance. Cassiopeia fell to a stunning spell from Dolohov. Luna was knocked unconscious by flying debris. Theo dueled his own father with grim determination but was slowly being overpowered. Amid the chaos, Harry found himself face to face with Bellatrix, her wand trained on his heart. "Give me the prophecy, little heir," she demanded, eyes gleaming with battle-lust. "Prove you still possess the wisdom I cultivated in you." "You never cared about me," Harry replied, circling warily. "I was just a tool for your master's resurrection." "Foolish boy. If that were true, why would I have warned you about tonight's trap?" Her expression shifted, becoming almost pleading. "You were never just a tool, Harry. You were my second chance, the child I could shape into greatness after failing to provide the Dark Lord with an heir of my own blood." The revelation stunned Harry momentarily. This twisted, obsessive love was perhaps the closest Bellatrix could come to genuine maternal feeling. The distraction nearly cost him dearly as Lucius approached from behind. Accio prophecy. Lucius cast, but Harry's Quidditch reflexes allowed him to catch the orb mid-flight. "Enough games," Lucius snarled. Crucio. Harry dove aside, the curse missing him by inches. He rolled back to his feet, finding himself backed against the dais with the Whispering Veil. Bellatrix and Lucius advanced from opposite directions, trapping him. Then multiple cracks of apparition echoed through the chamber as Order members arrived, Sirius, Lupin, Moody, Tonks, and others, immediately engaging the Death Eaters in fierce combat. The tide turned quickly. Several Death Eaters fell to coordinated Order attacks. Neville managed to stun Rodolphus Lestrange with a well-placed hex. Hermione and Ginny fought back-to-back, protecting injured DA members. Harry found himself fighting alongside Sirius against Lucius Malfoy, their combined spellwork driving the Death Eater backward. When Malfoy fell to Sirius's impediment Jinx, Harry turned to check on his other companions, just in time to see Bellatrix aim her wand at Sirius's unprotected back. "Avada Kedavra," she screamed, green light erupting from her wand. Without conscious thought, Harry acted on years of training and instinct. "Accio Sirius," he shouted, magically yanking his godfather sideways. The killing curse missed by millimeters, striking the wall behind them. Bellatrix's eyes widened in shock at Harry's intervention. In that moment of distraction, Dumbledore himself appeared in the chamber, his power radiating like physical force. Most Death Eaters immediately attempted to flee, recognizing the turning tide. Bellatrix, however, turned her fury on Harry, Crucio. This time, the curse connected. Pain beyond imagining coursed through Harry's body. Every nerve ending seemed to catch fire simultaneously. Through the haze of agony, he heard Bellatrix's anguished scream, "You chose them. After everything I gave you, you chose them." The torture ended abruptly as Dumbledore deflected Bellatrix's wand with a flick of his own. She backed away, eyes wild with betrayal and rage. "You could have been great," she spat at Harry. "My heir. My son in all but blood. Instead, you'll die like your mudblood mother, begging for mercy at the Dark Lord's feet." She disapparated with a crack, the prophecy still clutched in Harry's hand despite the cruciatus aftershocks racking his body. Dumbledore helped him to his feet as Aurors arrived to secure the remaining Death Eaters. "You did well, Harry," Dumbledore said gravely. "Though I fear tonight's events have accelerated Voldemort's timetable considerably." "The prophecy," Harry managed, holding up the undamaged orb. "I heard it. I know why he came after my family." Dumbledore nodded. "Yes. And now we must discuss what it means, for both of you." As Harry surveyed the aftermath, injured friends being tended by Order members, captured Death Eaters being bound for transport to Azkaban, Sirius alive thanks to his quick thinking, the prophecy's words echoed in his mind, "Either must die at the hand of the other." The path forward had just become both clearer and infinitely more treacherous. And somewhere in the ministry above, Harry suspected Voldemort himself had arrived, drawn by the failure of his Death Eaters to secure the prophecy. The true confrontation was only beginning. The summer following the Department of Mysteries battle brought dramatic changes to the wizarding world. The ministry finally acknowledged Voldemort's return after several officials witnessed him directly. Cornelius Fudge resigned in disgrace, replaced by Rufus Scrimgeour. Most significantly for Harry, Sirius Black received an official pardon after Peter Pettigrew was captured during the battle, confirming the truth of Sirius's innocence. Harry spent those months at Grimmauld Place, recovering from the battle and absorbing the prophecy's implications. Dumbledore visited regularly, finally sharing the complete truth about Voldemort's Horcruxes and his suspicions about Harry's scar. "I believe when Voldemort attempted to kill you as an infant, he unintentionally created a Horcrux he never intended to make," Dumbledore explained during one such visit. "A fragment of his soul attached to the only living thing in the room, you, Harry." The revelation explained so much: the mental connection, the Parseltongue ability, the strange resonance between their wands. Yet it also presented a terrible dilemma. "So to kill him completely, I have to die as well," Harry concluded flatly. "That appears to be the case," Dumbledore acknowledged, his ancient face lined with regret. "Though I continue to search for alternatives." Harry absorbed this information with surprising calm. The Lestranges had prepared him since childhood for the possibility of necessary sacrifice. The irony wasn't lost on him: they had raised him to die for Voldemort, but instead, he would die to defeat him. "There's something else you should know," Dumbledore continued. "My time is limited. An unfortunate encounter with one of Voldemort's Horcruxes has left me with a curse that cannot be permanently contained." He showed Harry his blackened, withered right hand. "Professor Snape has slowed its progress, but I have perhaps a year remaining." This news hit Harry harder than his own death sentence. Dumbledore, for all their complicated history, had become a crucial ally and mentor. His impending loss would leave a strategic void at the worst possible moment. "What's our plan, then?" Harry asked, pushing aside emotion to focus on practicalities. "Find and destroy the remaining Horcruxes before you." "Precisely," Dumbledore nodded. "I've identified several likely objects and their possible locations. We'll begin hunting them immediately, starting with one I believe Voldemort concealed in a seaside cave from his orphanage days." Their first Horcrux expedition proved both successful and devastating. They recovered a locket from the cave after Dumbledore drank a torturous potion, only to discover upon return to Hogwarts that the locket was a fake, replaced by someone with the initials RAB. More ominously, they returned to find the dark mark hovering over Hogwarts and Death Eaters inside the castle, led by Draco Malfoy, who had used a vanishing cabinet to bypass the school's protections. The subsequent battle left several students and Order members injured, though miraculously, no fatalities occurred. Most surprisingly, Snape, who Harry had always suspected of divided loyalties, revealed his true allegiance by helping evacuate wounded students rather than joining the attacking Death Eaters. When cornered by Bellatrix near the Astronomy Tower, Snape had stunned her rather than Dumbledore, definitively choosing sides. "I made a vow to protect Lily Evans' son," he told a shocked Harry afterward. "Even from those who once called me ally." The Death Eaters' retreat, carrying an injured Bellatrix and a distraught Draco, marked a turning point. Voldemort's first direct assault on Hogwarts had failed, but only just. The war had officially begun. Sixth year ended abruptly after the attack, with students sent home early for safety. Harry returned to Grimmauld Place, now expanded into full Order headquarters, to find an organization mobilizing for war. His role had evolved considerably. No longer just the boy who lived, or the prophecy child, Harry had become a strategic asset, contributing his unique knowledge of Death Eater tactics and Voldemort's psychology to Order planning sessions. "They'll target the Ministry next," he explained during one meeting, indicating vulnerabilities on a magical blueprint. "Probably using Imperiused officials rather than direct assault. Bellatrix prefers subversion to frontal attacks when dealing with institutions." "How can you be so certain of her strategies?" Moody growled suspiciously. "Because she taught me them," Harry replied simply. "Every summer from age 6 to 14, strategic thinking lessons. Rodolphus focused on magical combat, Bellatrix on psychological warfare and infiltration. The Order members exchanged uncomfortable glances. Despite fighting alongside them, Harry's Death Eater upbringing remained an uncomfortable reality for many. Sirius broke the tension with a bark of laughter. Well, Cousin Bella always was thorough. Might as well use her teachings against her now. Harry appreciated his godfather's pragmatism. Over the past year, their relationship had deepened considerably, with Sirius providing both emotional support and practical assistance as Harry navigated his complicated identity. July brought Harry's 17th birthday and legal adulthood in the wizarding world. The occasion was marked by a small celebration at Grimmauld Place, attended by Order members and his closest friends, including Cassiopeia, whose family had finally abandoned neutrality to align with the Order after Death Eaters attacked their home. "Father realized continued fence-sitting would get us killed by both sides," she explained, presenting Harry with an ancient-looking book on protective enchantments. "This belonged to my grandmother. Some rather obscure shields in here that even Death Eaters might not recognize." Hermione gave him a communication pendant that would work even through anti-apparition wards. "For the Horcrux hunt," she whispered. "I've made one for each of us." The "us" referred to those who would accompany Harry when he eventually left to complete Dumbledore's mission. The headmaster, increasingly frail as the curse consumed him, had extracted a promise that Harry wouldn't hunt Horcruxes alone. "The road ahead will be dark enough without facing it in isolation," he'd advised during their last meeting. "Your ability to inspire loyalty in others is not a weakness to overcome, but a strength to embrace." This perspective, so contrary to the Lestranges' teachings about self-reliance and trust only in power, had gradually reshaped Harry's approach to leadership. Where once he would have pursued the Horcruxes alone to minimize variables, he now recognized the value of trusted companions with complementary skills. The most surprising birthday gift came from Theodore Nott, delivered by Owl with a cryptic note, "From my father's collection. He won't miss it, as he's currently enjoying ministry accommodation." Inside the package lay a small silver instrument that vibrated when pointed toward dark magic. The gift's origin, likely the Nott family's dark artifacts collection, raised eyebrows, but its potential usefulness for Horcrux hunting was undeniable. This pattern repeated throughout Harry's preparations, resources and support coming from unexpected sources, crossing traditional light/dark boundaries. Luna Lovegood provided information about rare magical creatures that might guard Horcruxes. Neville offered specialized herbology knowledge for surviving in the wild. Even Draco Malfoy, now in hiding after his failed assassination mission, sent anonymous intelligence about Death Eater movements through Snape. The wizarding world's neat categories were dissolving in the face of existential threat, creating space for Harry's particular blend of light and dark magic, Slytherin strategy and Gryffindor courage. August brought crushing news. Dumbledore, weakened by the spreading curse, had been captured during a solo reconnaissance mission to Voldemort's suspected headquarters. The Order mobilized immediately, but intelligence suggested they were already too late. "They'll make a spectacle of it," Harry said grimly during the emergency meeting. "Voldemort won't kill him quietly. He'll want witnesses, symbolism, maximum psychological impact." Malfoy Manor, Snape confirmed, arriving with fresh intelligence. "The Dark Lord has summoned all marked followers for tonight. Dumbledore will be executed at midnight." The rescue plan formed quickly. While the main Order force created a diversion at the Manor's perimeter, Harry would lead a small infiltration team, Hermione, Cassiopeia, and Sirius, through a servant's entrance Snape identified. Their objective, reach Dumbledore before the execution and extract him using emergency port keys. "This is almost certainly a trap," Moody warned as they prepared to depart. "They must know we'll attempt rescue." "Of course it's a trap," Harry agreed, checking his wand. "But that doesn't mean we don't spring it. We just need to be the trap within the trap." They apparat to a coordination point near Malfoy Manor as dusk fell. From a concealed position in the surrounding woods, Harry observed Death Eaters arriving in streams, their dark robes and silver masks gleaming in the twilight. "Security's heavy but predictable," Harry assessed. "Standard perimeter wards, human sentries at regular intervals." "Very." Rodolphius. You sound almost disappointed, Cassiopeia observed. I expected better from my uncle, Harry replied with grim humor. Though perhaps he's distracted by the main event. At precisely 11:30 p.m., the Order's diversion began, a spectacular assault on the manor's main gates with enough magical firepower to demand response from the Death Eater ranks. As defenders rushed to engage, Harry's team moved swiftly through the gardens toward the servants' entrance, disillusioned and silent. They encountered only token resistance, a single sentry easily subdued by Sirius, and basic detection wards that Harry dismantled using counterspells Bellatrix herself had taught him. The ease of their progress heightened Harry's suspicion that they were being channeled exactly where Voldemort wanted them. The servants' passage led to the manor's cellars, where they found not Dumbledore, but several other prisoners, Ollivander the Wand Maker, a goblin Harry didn't recognize, and most surprisingly, Draco Malfoy, bruised and clearly being punished for his Hogwarts failure. Potter? Draco gasped as Harry removed his disillusionment charm. You can't be here. It's a setup, they're expecting you. Where's Dumbledore? Harry demanded, signaling Hermione and Sirius to free the other prisoners. Drawing room, Draco replied, accepting Cassiopeia's help to stand. But Potter, listen, my aunt, she's been, obsessed. Talking about, reclaiming her heir since the Ministry battle. This whole thing might be her plan, not just the Dark Lord's. Harry absorbed this information grimly. Get these prisoners out, he instructed Sirius. Use the emergency port keys once you're beyond the anti-transportation wards. We'll continue to the drawing room. You're walking into a death trap, Sirius protested. Probably, Harry acknowledged. But Dumbledore would do the same for any of us. With reluctant agreement from Sirius, Harry continued upward with Hermione and Cassiopeia, navigating the manor's opulent corridors toward the drawing room. The sounds of battle outside had diminished, suggesting either the Order's retreat or capture, neither option promising. They reached the drawing room's massive double doors just as a clock somewhere began striking midnight. Harry gestured for his companions to position themselves, then took a deep breath and cast a powerful blasting charm, Confringo Maxima. The doors exploded inward, showering the room with wooden splinters. Through the debris and smoke, Harry entered, wand raised and magic coiled for immediate response. The scene that greeted him confirmed his worst fears. Dumbledore knelt in the center of the room, magically bound but still conscious, surrounded by a circle of Death Eaters. At the head of the assembly, seated in an ornate chair like a twisted throne, was Voldemort himself, fully corporeal now, his snake-like features composed in an expression of cruel triumph. And standing at his right hand, eyes gleaming with manic excitement, was Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry, Voldemort greeted him silkily. How predictable. The hero arrives just in time to witness the fall of his mentor. Harry assessed the situation rapidly. At least 20 Death Eaters present, including most of the inner circle. Multiple exits blocked. Anti-apparition wards in place. Dumbledore conscious but severely weakened. Tactical options, extremely limited. Tom, he responded coolly, using Voldemort's birth name deliberately. Still hiding behind your followers, I see. Some things never change. Anger flashed in those red eyes, quickly suppressed. Bold words from a boy who brought children to face Lord Voldemort. Hermione and Cassiopeia stepped into the room beside Harry, one steady despite the overwhelming odds. Harry noticed Hermione's free hand subtly touch the communication pendant at her throat, summoning help, he hoped, though what help could arrive in time remained uncertain. We came for Dumbledore, Harry stated simply. Release him, and we'll depart peacefully. Laughter rippled through the Death Eater ranks at this audacious demand. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in a terrible smile. I think not, Harry. Instead, I offer you a choice. He gestured toward Dumbledore. Join me now, take your rightful place as my heir, and I will grant your mentor a quick death. Refuse, and you will watch him suffer before dying yourself. Harry, no, Dumbledore spoke for the first time, his voice weakened but resolute. "You know what must be done." "Silence!" Voldemort hissed, flicking his wand to magically gag the headmaster. He turned back to Harry. "What say you? The Lestranges raised you for greatness at my side. Fulfill your destiny." Harry appeared to consider the offer, his expression unreadable. He took one step forward, then another, approaching the center of the room. The Death Eaters tensed, uncertain of his intentions. "The Lestranges did raise me for a purpose," Harry acknowledged, stopping beside Dumbledore. "They taught me power, strategy, survival at any cost." His eyes found Bellatrix's. "They shaped me into a weapon." Something like pride gleamed in Bellatrix's expression. She leaned forward eagerly. "But they miscalculated," Harry continued. "Because they also taught me to recognize true power. And you, Tom, for all your followers, all your Horcruxes, are nothing but a frightened orphan hiding from death." Rage contorted Voldemort's features. "You dare, I dare because I know the prophecy," Harry interrupted. "The one you only heard in part. The one that says I have power the Dark Lord knows not. Want to guess what that power is?" Without waiting for a response, Harry dropped to his knees beside Dumbledore, placing his hand on the headmaster's shoulder. Simultaneously, he activated the enchanted device Theodore had given him for his birthday, a modified portkey designed to work even through standard anti-transportation wards. "Now," he shouted as the device hummed to life. Several things happened at once. Hermione and Cassiopeia cast shield charms of extraordinary power, using the specialized spells they'd practiced for precisely this moment. Outside, a tremendous explosion rocked the manor's foundations, the Order's second wave, perfectly timed. And throughout the room, the anti-apparition wards flickered momentarily as they encountered Theo's dark artifact, a portkey simultaneously recognized and rejected by the manor's ancient protections. In that split second of magical confusion, Harry made his move. Not a portkey activation as the Death Eaters might expect, but something far more difficult, side-along apparition through temporarily weakened wards, requiring magical power few wizards possessed. "Lilium Refugium." Harry shouted, using the activation phrase he, Hermione, and Cassiopeia had established, a destination known only to them. The drawing room dissolved around them as Harry forced his magic through the weakened wards, pulling Dumbledore, Hermione, and Cassiopeia with him. The last thing he saw was Bellatrix's face, not angry, but strangely proud, as though he had finally proven himself her worthy student. Then came the crushing pressure of apparition, followed by the sensation of tearing through magical barriers like tissue paper. The effort drained Harry's magic to dangerous levels, darkness encroaching on his vision as they materialized in their safe house, a magically concealed cottage on the Scottish coast. Harry's last thought before consciousness fled was that he had successfully applied Bellatrix's most important lesson, when faced with overwhelming force, changed the rules of engagement entirely. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and the sound of quiet conversation nearby. He lay still for a moment, cataloging his condition, magical exhaustion, but no permanent damage. Memory intact. Location secure, based on the continued presence of protective enchantments he sensed around the perimeter. "He's awake," came Cassiopeia's voice, closer than expected. Harry opened his eyes to find her seated beside his bed, dark circles beneath her eyes suggesting she'd maintained vigil while he recovered. Hermione approached from across the room, relief evident in her expression. "About time," she said, attempting levity though her voice trembled slightly. 3 days is rather excessive for a nap, Harry." 3 days. Harry sat up gingerly, accepting a glass of water from Cassiopeia. "Dumbledore?" The women exchanged glances. "Alive," Hermione answered carefully. "But the curse had progressed significantly during his captivity. Snape is with him now, doing what he can." "Which isn't much," came Dumbledore's voice as the headmaster himself entered the room, leaning heavily on an ornate staff. His blackened hand had spread further, the necrotic tissue now reaching his elbow. But I find myself surprisingly satisfied with borrowed time, given the alternative Voldemort had planned. Despite his weakened state, Dumbledore's eyes retained their characteristic twinkle. Quite the dramatic rescue, Harry. Multiple simultaneous magical feats that most fully trained wizards would consider impossible. Lily and James would have been most proud. As were the Lestranges, oddly enough, Harry replied, remembering Bellatrix's expression in that final moment. Though probably for different reasons. Perhaps not as different as you might think, Dumbledore suggested, easing himself into a chair. Love, even twisted and possessive as Bellatrix's, recognizes achievement in the object of its fixation. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to this characterization of his relationship with his former guardian. Instead, he changed the subject. The Order. Casualties? Minimal, thankfully, Hermione reported. Moody sustained serious injuries. Tonks and Lupin have minor wounds. Everyone else escaped relatively unscathed when the manor's defenses collapsed. Collapsed? Harry raised an eyebrow. An unexpected side effect of your magical breakthrough, Dumbledore explained. The ancient wards, temporarily destabilized by Theodore's device and then subjected to your extraordinary display of raw power, suffered catastrophic failure. The resulting magical backlash severely damaged the physical structure as well. So we accidentally destroyed Malfoy Manor, Harry summarized, unsure whether to be impressed or concerned by this display of unintended consequences. Draco's taking it rather well, all things considered, Cassiopeia remarked dryly. Says it needed redecorating anyway. The levity faded as Dumbledore turned the conversation to more pressing matters. Voldemort will respond to this humiliation with increased aggression. We have perhaps weeks, not months, before his next major offensive. The remaining Horcruxes, Harry nodded. We need to accelerate our hunt. Indeed. And I believe I've identified another, Hufflepuff's cup, likely hidden in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. Harry absorbed this information. Bellatrix would consider it an honor to guard a piece of his soul. But Gringotts is supposedly impenetrable. As was Malfoy Manor's warding, Hermione pointed out. Yet here we are. The next days brought intensive planning and preparation. With Dumbledore's condition deteriorating rapidly, the responsibility for the Horcrux hunt shifted increasingly to Harry and his core team, now expanded to include Sirius, Neville, and Luna, each bringing specialized knowledge to the mission. The Gringotts operation succeeded against overwhelming odds, employing Polyjuice Potion, goblin assistance secured through Bill Weasley's connections, and Harry's intimate knowledge of Bellatrix's mannerisms to access the Lestrange vault. They escaped with Hufflepuff's cup and a dragon, in what would later become wizarding legend. Ravenclaw's diadem followed, discovered in the room of requirement at Hogwarts through Luna's insight about her house's lost treasure. The diary and ring had already been destroyed by Dumbledore. This left only two Horcruxes remaining, Nagini, Voldemort's snake familiar, and the unintentional one within Harry himself. As September faded into October, Dumbledore's condition became critical. On a storm-swept night, he summoned Harry to his bedside at the safe house, his once powerful frame now skeletal, the cursed hand entirely blackened. The time approaches, Harry, he said without preamble. Both my end and your greatest challenge. Harry sat beside him, accepting the inevitable. You've identified a way for me to survive the Horcrux destruction. Perhaps. Though it requires tremendous risk and pain. Dumbledore's faded blue eyes held Harry steadily. Voldemort himself must cast the killing curse upon you, while you offer no resistance. A willing sacrifice, Harry nodded, understanding. Like my mother's. Precisely. If successful, the Horcrux within you will be destroyed while your own soul remains intact. But Harry, Dumbledore's good hand gripped his with surprising strength. There are no guarantees. This is theoretical magic at the boundaries of understanding. It's the best chance we have, Harry said simply. I'll do it. Dumbledore studied him with a mixture of pride and sorrow. You accept death with remarkable grace for one so young. Another might rage against such injustice. Harry shrugged slightly. The Lestranges taught me that survival sometimes requires sacrifice. They just misunderstood what was worth sacrificing for. A profound distinction, Dumbledore agreed. And speaking of the Lestranges, I have a final request. After I'm gone, you'll find a memory vial in my personal effects. View it before you face Voldemort. It contains information about Bellatrix that may prove contextually significant. Before Harry could question this cryptic statement, Dumbledore's breathing became labored. He gestured weakly toward a small box on the bedside table. My wand. It's yours now. Use it well. Albus, Harry began, but the headmaster shook his head. No time for sentiment. Just promise me one thing. A ghost of the old twinkle appeared in his eyes. When you face Tom, remind him that death is but the next great adventure. It might irritate him considerably. Harry smiled despite the gravity of the moment. I promise. Dumbledore nodded, seemingly satisfied. He closed his eyes, his breathing gradually slowing until, with a soft sigh, it stopped altogether. The greatest wizard of the age passed peacefully into whatever adventure awaited beyond the veil. Later that night, after the initial shock and grief had settled into purposeful resolve, Harry retrieved the memory vial Dumbledore had mentioned. The swirling silver substance called to him, promising answers to questions he hadn't yet formulated. In Dumbledore's personal pensieve, Harry experienced a memory from decades earlier, a young Bellatrix Black in the headmaster's office, tears streaming down her face as she clutched a letter. You must help me, she pleaded. The Dark Lord demands this of all his followers, but I cannot, I will not sacrifice my child to his cause. What exactly does Lord Voldemort demand, Miss Black? The younger Dumbledore asked gently. A firstborn child, dedicated to his service from birth. Trained as his soldier, his weapon. Bellatrix's voice broke. My sister Narcissa has already agreed for her son, but she placed a protective hand over her stomach. I cannot condemn my unborn child to such a fate. Harry watched, stunned, as Dumbledore offered Bellatrix sanctuary, protection for her and her child, in exchange for information about Voldemort's plans. She agreed desperately, providing crucial intelligence about an upcoming attack. But the memory continued, showing the aftermath, Bellatrix, blood-soaked and devastated, returning to Hogwarts weeks later. They found out, she whispered brokenly. Rodolphus discovered my betrayal. Her voice failed. The child is gone. And with it, any goodness that remained in me. The young woman's face transformed before Harry's eyes, grief calcifying into the fanatical devotion he recognized from his childhood. The Bellatrix who left Dumbledore's office was no longer the desperate mother seeking protection, but the beginning of the merciless Death Eater she would become. The memory shifted one final time, showing Bellatrix years later, standing over baby Harry in the ruins of Godric's Hollow. This one, she said to Rodolphus, her voice hollow yet determined. This one will replace what we lost. The Dark Lord marked him, he must be special. We'll raise him as our own, train him properly. Her fingers brushed the lightning scar. Our second chance. Harry emerged from the pensive shaking, pieces of his life rearranging into a new, more tragic pattern. Bellatrix's obsession with him, her alternating cruelty and protection, her reference to him as her little heir, all took on new meaning. He hadn't merely been Voldemort's intended sacrifice. He had been Bellatrix's replacement child, the vessel into which she poured all her twisted, damaged maternal instincts after losing her own unborn baby. Understanding didn't excuse the years of dark training, the ideology of hatred she tried to instill, or her murderous actions. But it explained the peculiar possessiveness that had led her to warn him about Voldemort's trap, her pride in his magical achievements even when they thwarted her master's plans. In her broken way, Bellatrix had loved him, as much as she was capable of loving anyone after her devastating loss. This revelation accompanied Harry into the final phase of preparation for the confrontation with Voldemort. With Dumbledore gone and the Horcruxes reduced to just Nagini and the fragment within Harry himself, the Order prepared for direct engagement. Intelligence from Snape indicated Voldemort planned to attack Hogwarts, both as a symbolic conquest and to draw Harry out of hiding. The Order and DA mobilized accordingly, fortifying the castle and evacuating younger students. On the eve of battle, Harry gathered his closest companions in the Room of Requirement: Hermione, Cassiopeia, Neville, Luna, Sirius, Theo, and Ginny, who had proven herself a formidable fighter during recent skirmishes. "Tomorrow, Voldemort comes for Hogwarts," Harry began without preamble. "Our plan is simple: hold the castle while a specialized team eliminates Nagini, then I'll confront Voldemort directly." "And the Horcrux inside you?" Hermione asked quietly. "I'll handle it," Harry replied, avoiding details. No need to burden them with his potential sacrifice. "What's important is that Nagini must die before I face Voldemort." "Who volunteers for snake hunting duty?" Neville stepped forward immediately. "Me." "For my parents." "And me," added Theo. "I know how Death Eaters protect high-value targets." "Nagini will have specific guardians assigned." "Sirius and I will create the diversion you'll need," Cassiopeia offered. "Draw attention away from your approach." The planning continued late into the night, contingencies established for various scenarios. When the others finally departed to rest before the coming battle, Cassiopeia remained behind. "You're not planning to return from this confrontation, are you?" she asked bluntly. Harry considered denying it, then sighed. "Dumbledore identified a potential way for me to survive the Horcrux destruction, but it's theoretical at best. I'm preparing for all outcomes. Including your death." Her voice remained steady, but her eyes betrayed deeper emotion. "It's been a possibility since the night Voldemort killed my parents," Harry replied. "The prophecy always suggested one of us wouldn't survive our final meeting." Cassiopeia stepped closer. "Prophecies are notoriously open to interpretation. Neither can live while the other survives could simply mean your existences are incompatible, not necessarily that either must die." "An optimistic reading," Harry observed with a small smile. "Call it Slytherin self-interest," she countered. "I've invested considerable effort in our alliance. Your premature death would be incredibly inconvenient." Her attempt at detached pragmatism might have been convincing if not for the slight tremor in her voice. Harry reached for her hand, surprised by his own boldness. "I'll do my best to avoid inconveniencing you," he promised softly. Their eyes met, volumes of unspoken feeling passing between them. Then, with characteristic decisiveness, Cassiopeia closed the distance and kissed him, briefly but intensely, a declaration and a demand in one. "See that you do," she whispered against his lips before stepping back. "The world would be intolerably boring without you in it, Harry Potter." She left him standing there, touched by a warmth that defied the shadow of approaching battle. For the first time, Harry found himself fighting not just against something, but explicitly for a future he wanted to experience firsthand. Dawn broke gray and misty over Hogwarts as the castle's defenders took their positions. Harry stood on the astronomy tower, watching the grounds for the first signs of approaching forces. Beside him, Sirius fidgeted with barely contained energy. "Your parents faced him like this," Sirius said suddenly. "Head on, knowing the odds, refusing to back down." "So did the Lestranges, in their way," Harry replied. "Different cause, same conviction." Sirius glanced at him curiously. "You still think about them? After everything?" "They raised me for 11 years, Harry shrugged. "Shaped who I am, for better or worse. Dumbledore showed me a memory before he died, about Bellatrix, about why she took me from Godric's Hollow. He shared the revelation about Bellatrix's lost child and her twisted connection to Harry." Sirius listened in stunned silence. "Bloody hell," he finally breathed. "I never knew," about her pregnancy, her brief turn toward Dumbledore. "The family would have disowned her if they'd found out." "It doesn't excuse what she became," Harry said firmly. But it helps me understand why she could never quite decide if she wanted to kill me or claim me. Further reflection was interrupted by a magical alarm resonating through the castle. The outer wards had detected approaching forces. From their elevated position, Harry and Sirius watched as a dark mass materialized at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Death Eaters, giants, werewolves, and Dementors, advancing under Voldemort's banner. "Showtime," Sirius muttered, raising his wand to send red sparks skyward, the signal for all defenders to take battle positions. The Battle of Hogwarts, as it would later be known, began with an exchange of long-range spells between Death Eaters and Order members positioned along the castle walls. Giants hurled boulders while defenders responded with concentrated blasting curses. Dementors swept forward in chilling waves, met by multiple patron uses cast by DA members who had mastered the difficult charm under Harry's tutelage. Harry coordinated from a central position, directing reinforcements where needed and maintaining communication between different defense groups. When the outer wards finally collapsed under sustained assault, he shifted to direct combat, joining Hermione and Cassiopeia in holding the courtyard against the first wave of invaders. Fighting alongside friends who had trained under his guidance, Harry felt a fierce pride in their skill and courage. Neville led a group of DA members against Fenrir Greyback's werewolf contingent, employing silver-laced spells developed specifically for the battle. Luna created brilliant illusions that confused and separated Death Eater attack formations. Ginny's hexes found their marks with deadly accuracy. Even Draco Malfoy, having fully rejected his father's path, fought to protect younger Slytherins who had remained to defend their school. As the battle intensified, Harry maintained awareness of the specialized mission, Nagini's destruction. Through the communication pendants, he tracked Neville and Theo's progress as they identified the snake's position near Voldemort's command post at the edge of the forest. "She's heavily guarded," Theo reported, voice tense with concentration. "Rodolphus, Dolohov, and 2 others I don't recognize." "Diversion's ready when you are," Cassiopeia responded from her position with Sirius. Harry gave the authorization, "Execute." Minutes later, a tremendous explosion rocked the eastern perimeter, Sirius and Cassiopeia's work, drawing attention away from Nagini's guards. In the confusion, Neville and Theo made their move. The snake fell to Neville's perfectly aimed strike with the sword of Gryffindor, which he had pulled from the Sorting Hat in a moment of desperate need that would become Hogwarts legend. The victory was costly. Theo sustained serious injuries protecting Neville from Dolohov's vicious retaliation, but successful. "Nagini's down." Neville's triumphant voice came through the pendant. "The sword, it destroyed her completely." One Horcrux remained, the fragment within Harry himself. The moment had come for his direct confrontation with Voldemort. As if sensing the destruction of his final external Horcrux, Voldemort's voice suddenly echoed throughout the battlefield, magically amplified to reach every corner of the grounds. "You have fought valiantly, but foolishly," the cold, high voice proclaimed. "I do not wish to spill more magical blood. Give me Harry Potter, and none shall be harmed. You have 1 hour." A temporary lull settled over the battle as both sides retreated to tend their wounded and regroup. Harry made his way to the headmaster's office, where the Order had established their command center. There, he found Hermione, Cassiopeia, and Sirius waiting anxiously. "You're not actually considering surrendering," Sirius stated rather than asked, his expression fierce. "Not surrendering, no," Harry replied carefully. "But I do need to face him." "The Horcrux inside you," Hermione said, comprehension dawning. "You think he has to destroy it himself?" "Dumbledore believed so," Harry confirmed. "And it's the only way to end this permanently." "There must be another solution," Cassiopeia argued, her usual composure cracking. "Some way to remove the Horcrux without my death." Harry finished gently. "Dumbledore searched for years. If he couldn't find an alternative, it likely doesn't exist." Silence fell as they absorbed the terrible calculus of the situation. Finally, Sirius stepped forward and pulled Harry into a fierce embrace. "Your parents would be so proud," he said roughly. "And so am I." Hermione hugged him next, tears streaming down her face. "It's not fair," she whispered. "After everything you've survived." "Life rarely is," Harry replied, managing a small smile. "But you've taught me something the Lestranges never could, that some things are worth dying for." Finally, he turned to Cassiopeia, whose expression had shifted from desperation to resigned determination. "Don't you dare make some noble, self-sacrificing speech," she warned, eyes suspiciously bright. "This isn't goodbye. It's a tactical withdrawal at most." Harry laughed despite everything. "Noted. I'll schedule a full strategic debrief for after my resurrection, shall I?" "See that you do," she replied, then kissed him fiercely, unconcerned with their audience. "And Harry? Make him suffer." With final instructions for the Order's continued resistance should his gamble fail, Harry set out alone toward the Forbidden Forest. The path seemed both infinitely long and impossibly short, each step bringing him closer to a confrontation 14 years in the making. As he walked, memories surfaced unbidden, Bellatrix teaching him to cast his first spell, pride lighting her eyes when he succeeded. Rodolphus patiently explaining strategy over wizard's chess, his rare smile when Harry executed a particularly clever move. Hermione challenging his prejudices in the library, never backing down despite his Slytherin intimidation tactics. Sirius roaring with laughter at some shared joke, offering the unconditional acceptance Harry had never known. Light and dark, love and power, all had shaped him, creating something unique. Neither the weapon the Lestranges had intended nor the savior Dumbledore had hoped for, but something more complex and perhaps more powerful than either. He reached the edge of the forest and paused, retrieving from his pocket the resurrection stone, the final hallow, which Dumbledore had left him. Turning it thrice in hand, he watched as ghostly figures materialized around him, James and Lily Potter, young and proud, Dumbledore, whole and unburdened, and most surprisingly, a young Bellatrix Black, as she had been before tragedy twisted her into the Death Eater who had raised him. "You've been so brave," Lily said, her green eyes, his eyes, shining with tears. "We're with you," James added. "Every step of the way." Dumbledore nodded encouragingly. "You understand now, Harry. The true power he knows not." Young Bellatrix said nothing, but her expression conveyed a complex mixture of regret and pride that spoke volumes. "Does it hurt?" Harry asked them. "Dying?" Quicker and easier than falling asleep, Sirius's brother Regulus answered, stepping forward from behind the others. "I should know." Strengthened by their presence, Harry continued deeper into the forest. He found Voldemort in a clearing, surrounded by his remaining Death Eaters. Bellatrix stood at his right hand, Rodolphus at his left. Harry Potter, Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in a terrible smile. The boy who lived, come to die. Harry stepped into the clearing, wand held loosely at his side but not surrendered. "Hello, Tom. I thought it time we ended this." Murmurs rippled through the Death Eater ranks at his use of Voldemort's birth name. Bellatrix's eyes widened slightly, something like recognition flickering in their depths. "Bold words for a boy about to die," Voldemort replied silkily. "No Dumbledore to save you this time. No mother's sacrifice to protect you." "I don't need protection," Harry said calmly. "I came willingly, of my own choice." "Something you might not understand." Voldemort circled him slowly, red eyes never leaving Harry's face. "The Lestranges failed spectacularly in your education, it seems. They were to teach you respect." "They taught me to recognize power," Harry countered. "True power, not the pale imitation you offer your followers." Bellatrix flinched visibly at this, her gaze darting between Harry and her master. "Enough talk," Voldemort raised his wand. "Any final words, Harry Potter?" Harry met the red eyes unflinchingly. "Just something Dumbledore wanted me to remind you, death is but the next great adventure." Rage contorted Voldemort's serpentine features. "Avada Kedavra." Green light erupted from the Elder Wand, striking Harry squarely in the chest. His last conscious thought was satisfaction at the plan executed perfectly, followed by darkness. Harry opened his eyes to find himself in a strangely peaceful version of King's Cross Station, washed in white light and complete silence. He stood slowly, noting with detached interest that he wore clean robes and felt no pain. "Well done, my boy," came Dumbledore's voice behind him. Harry turned to find not only Dumbledore but also his parents waiting nearby, their expressions serene and proud. "Am I dead?" Harry asked simply. "That," Dumbledore replied with characteristic ambiguity, "is entirely up to you." "The Horcrux is gone," Lily explained gently. "Destroyed by Voldemort's own hand. But your soul remains intact, anchored to life by multiple bonds." "Bonds?" Harry questioned. "Love," James clarified. "Your mother's original sacrifice. The blood Voldemort took in the graveyard, containing her protection. The people fighting for you at this very moment, holding you in their hearts. You have a choice now, Harry," Dumbledore continued. "You can board a train and continue with us, or return to finish what you started." Harry considered this, looking around the ethereal station. Peace beckoned, a release from struggle, from the constant balance between light and dark, from the complex legacy of his unusual upbringing. Yet something pulled him back toward life, toward unfinished business and unfulfilled potential. "If I go back, can I defeat him?" Harry asked. "You already have," Lily smiled. "He destroyed his own Horcrux, broke his own connection to immortality. Now you need only deliver the final stroke." "And if I stay?" "Then others will continue the fight," Dumbledore said. "Though perhaps with less poetic justice." Harry nodded, decision crystallizing. "I need to go back. There are people waiting for me." His parents exchanged knowing glances. "We thought you might say that," James said with a grin remarkably similar to Harry's own. "Give him hell, son." "One more thing," Lily added, her expression turning solemn. "The woman who raised you, Bellatrix. She stands at a crossroads of her own making. What you do in the next moments may determine more than just Voldemort's fate." Before Harry could ask for clarification, the white light intensified, King's Cross dissolving around him. He felt himself falling, spinning, returning, pain flooded back as Harry found himself lying on the forest floor, apparently lifeless but acutely conscious. Through slitted eyes, he observed the aftermath of Voldemort's curse. The Dark Lord himself had collapsed from the magical backlash, now being helped to his feet by anxious followers. "My lord?" Bellatrix's voice, uncertain and fearful. "Are you hurt?" "The boy," Voldemort demanded weakly. "Is he dead?" Harry remained perfectly still as footsteps approached. A figure knelt beside him, and he felt gentle fingers at his throat, checking for a pulse. Bellatrix's face hovered inches from his, her dark eyes meeting his for the briefest moment. She felt his pulse, strong and steady, but straightened and turned to Voldemort with absolute conviction in her voice, "Dead, my lord." The lie stunned Harry. Bellatrix, who had devoted her life to Voldemort's cause, was protecting him. Perhaps maternal instinct, however twisted, ultimately outweighed even her fanatical loyalty. "Excellent," Voldemort exulted, recovering his strength. "Narcissa, confirm your sister's assessment." Narcissa Malfoy approached and bent over Harry, her curtain of blonde hair shielding their faces as she whispered urgently, "Draco? Is he alive? In the castle?" "Yes," Harry breathed, barely audible. Narcissa straightened immediately. "Dead," she confirmed, standing beside her sister in rare solidarity. Triumph gleamed in Voldemort's red eyes. "Harry Potter is dead by my hand," he announced to his followers. "No man alive can threaten me now. Watch as I desecrate the boy who lived, proving the fragility of their so-called hope." He cast the Cruciatus curse on Harry's apparently lifeless body, but strangely, Harry felt no pain, perhaps because the curse was cast by a wand that refused to truly harm its master, or perhaps because Voldemort's soul, damaged beyond repair by multiple Horcrux creations, could no longer channel effective magic against one who had survived his killing curse a second time. Whatever the reason, Harry maintained his facade of death as Voldemort commanded Hagrid, captured earlier in the battle, to carry his body back to the castle, a macabre trophy to break the defenders' morale. The procession moved slowly through the forest, Death Eaters jubilant, Hagrid sobbing as he cradled Harry's seemingly lifeless form. They reached the castle grounds, where the defenders had gathered during the hour's reprieve. Voldemort magically amplified his voice once more, "Harry Potter is dead. He was killed trying to save himself while you laid down your lives for him. Behold your fallen hero." Cries of anguish erupted from the Hogwarts defenders as Hagrid was forced to lay Harry's body before them. Hermione's scream of denial pierced the air. Cassiopeia's face drained of color. Sirius lunged forward, only to be restrained by Remus Lupin. "Now is the time to declare yourselves," Voldemort continued, spreading his arms magnanimously. "Join me, and you shall be forgiven. Resist, and you will meet Potter's fate." A terrible silence fell. Then, to everyone's shock, Neville Longbottom limped forward, the sword of Gryffindor still clutched in his hand. "I'd like to say something," Neville announced, facing Voldemort without flinching. The Dark Lord's lipless mouth curved in amusement. "Well, Neville Longbottom, I'm sure we'd all be fascinated to hear what you have to say." "It doesn't matter that Harry's gone," Neville declared, voice carrying across the grounds. "People die every day. Friends, family. Yeah, we lost Harry tonight. But he's still with us, in here." He pressed a fist to his heart. "And so are all of them. They didn't die in vain." He turned to address the defenders directly. "But you will," he continued, pointing the sword at Voldemort. "Because you're wrong. Harry's heart did beat for us, for all of us. It's not over." With perfect timing, as if fate itself had scripted the moment, Harry rolled from Hagrid's slackened grip and sprang to his feet, wand drawn. The courtyard erupted in chaos. Defenders cheered while Death Eaters recoiled in shock. Voldemort's face contorted with disbelief and rage. "Confringo!" Harry shouted, blasting the ground between them to create momentary cover as the battle reignited around them. Fighters from both sides engaged throughout the courtyard and entrance hall. Neville, galvanized by Harry's resurrection, led a charge against the remaining Death Eaters. Giants battled on the grounds while house elves swarmed from the kitchens, attacking with cleavers and skillets under Kreacher's battle cry of, "Fight for Master Harry." Through the melee, Harry tracked Voldemort, who had retreated into the Great Hall. Following, he found the Dark Lord dueling McGonagall, Slughorn, and Kingsley simultaneously, his rage making him more dangerous than ever. Across the hall, Harry spotted Bellatrix fighting Molly Weasley with increasing desperation, her usual lethal precision compromised by divided focus, her eyes constantly darting toward Harry, as if to confirm he still lived. This distraction proved costly. Molly's curse struck Bellatrix squarely in the chest, causing her to freeze momentarily. But instead of the killing blow many expected, Molly cast a powerful binding spell, immobilizing rather than killing her opponent. "That's for threatening my daughter," Molly declared. "But your final judgment isn't mine to deliver." Voldemort's scream of fury at Bellatrix's defeat shook the hall. With a powerful wave of magic, he blasted his three opponents backward and turned his wrath toward Molly. Before his curse could land, Harry cast a shield charm of extraordinary strength, revealing himself fully. "It's just you and me now, Tom," Harry called, stepping into the center of the hall. "Neither can live while the other survives, remember." The hall fell silent as combatants withdrew to the walls, creating an arena for the final confrontation. Voldemort and Harry circled each other slowly, wands raised. "You cannot win, Potter," Voldemort hissed. "Elder Wand or not, I am Lord Voldemort. I conquered death itself." "Did you?" Harry challenged. "Your Horcruxes are gone, Tom. All of them. The cup, the diadem, the locket, the ring, the diary, Nagini, and the piece inside me that you just destroyed yourself. You're mortal now, just like the rest of us." Fear flickered across Voldemort's serpentine features. Impossible. The Lestranges taught me something valuable, Harry continued, still circling. Know your enemy completely. Understand their weaknesses. Exploit them without mercy. His gaze briefly found Bellatrix, bound but conscious at the edge of the hall. Something like respect showed in her eyes despite her defeat. I am Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord screamed, raising the Elder Wand. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. Harry countered simultaneously. The spells collided in midair with a cannon blast of golden flames. The Elder Wand, recognizing its true master, resisted Voldemort's command. The killing curse rebounded, striking Voldemort squarely in the chest as the wand itself flew from his hand into Harry's waiting grasp. Tom Riddle fell backward, arms splayed, the slit-pupilled eyes rolling upward. The self-styled Lord Voldemort, greatest dark wizard of the age, lay dead by his own rebounded curse, killed not by superior power but by his own arrogance and Harry's willingness to sacrifice himself for others. Silence held for one breathless moment. Then celebration erupted throughout the hall. Defenders rushed forward, surrounding Harry with cheers, tears, and embraces. Sirius reached him first, pulling him into a bone-crushing hug. Hermione and Cassiopeia followed, their faces streaked with dust and tears. Neville approached more slowly, the sword of Gryffindor still in hand, grinning with exhausted triumph. Through the press of jubilant bodies, Harry spotted Bellatrix still bound at the hall's edge, watching him with an unreadable expression. Breaking away from the celebration, he approached her cautiously, aware of the sudden tension his movement created. "Harry," Sirius called warningly, "what are you doing?" Harry didn't answer, stopping a few feet from the woman who had raised him. Aurors moved to flank him protectively, wands trained on the captured Death Eater. Bellatrix's eyes never left Harry's face. "My little heir," she said softly, almost tenderly. "You did it. Exactly as I taught you, understand your enemy, exploit their weakness." "Not exactly as you taught me," Harry corrected. "I found strength in love, not fear. In protection, not domination." "Yet you used our training," she persisted. "The strategy, the magical knowledge, the willingness to sacrifice." "Yes," Harry acknowledged. "I took what was valuable and discarded the rest, including your ideology." A strange smile curved Bellatrix's lips. "And that, paradoxically, makes you worthy of being my heir. You surpassed your teachers, as you were meant to do." Harry studied her, seeing clearly for the first time the damaged woman beneath the fanatical Death Eater, the young witch who had lost her child, whose grief had twisted into obsessive devotion to Voldemort and possessive attachment to the boy she'd claimed as replacement. Understanding didn't excuse her crimes, but it allowed Harry to recognize the complex humanity behind them. "Dumbledore showed me the memory," he said quietly. "About your unborn child. About why you took me from Godric's Hollow." Shock and vulnerability flashed across Bellatrix's face, emotions few had ever witnessed from her. "He had no right," she whispered harshly. "He thought I deserved to know why you protected me in the forest," Harry replied. "Why you lied to Voldemort about my death." Bellatrix looked away, her usual confidence fractured. "Temporary insanity," she muttered. "Maternal instinct is a powerful curse." "Not a curse," Harry corrected gently. "Just the last remnant of the person you were before Rodolphus took your child and your humanity with it." Tears gathered in Bellatrix's eyes, perhaps the first she'd shed since that long-ago day in Dumbledore's office. "What happens now?" she asked, voice barely audible. "Azkaban again. The kiss." "That's for the Wisengamot to decide," Harry replied. "But I'll testify that you saved my life in the forest, whatever your reasons. That counts for something." He turned to walk away, then paused, looking back at the broken woman who had shaped his early years. "You asked what happens now. For me, a future I choose myself. For you, perhaps a chance to remember who you were before Voldemort. The woman who was brave enough to seek Dumbledore's help to protect her child." Bellatrix's face contorted with conflicting emotions. That woman died long ago. Maybe, Harry acknowledged. But if any part of her survives, even buried deep beneath years of darkness, that would be a different kind of magic worth exploring. He rejoined his friends, leaving Bellatrix to her thoughts as Aurors led her away. Cassiopeia slipped her hand into his, raising an eloquent eyebrow. "Closure?" she asked. "Of sorts," Harry replied. "Though I doubt our story is entirely finished." "It rarely is, with family," Sirius observed, throwing an arm around Harry's shoulders. "Speaking of which, how does it feel to be officially free of any obligation to either Voldemort or the prophecy?" Harry considered the question, looking around the battle-scarred hall where friends and allies were reuniting, mourning fallen comrades, and beginning the process of recovery. The future stretched before him, undefined, unprescribed, his to shape according to his own values and choices. "It feels," he said slowly, "like finally becoming the true heir to my own life." 3 years later, Harry stood before 2 sets of gravestones on a quiet hillside. The first pair, weathered but well-maintained, marked the resting place of Lily and James Potter. The second, newer set belonged to Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange, who had died within months of each other in Azkaban, Rodolphus from a lingering battle injury, Bellatrix from what the healers described as complete psychological withdrawal. Harry placed lilies on his parents' graves, then, after a moment's hesitation, conjured a single black rose for Bellatrix's. The gesture felt appropriate, acknowledging the thorns while recognizing the beauty that might have been, in another life. "This remains the strangest annual pilgrimage in Wizarding Britain," came Cassiopeia's voice as she joined him, wrapping her cloak tighter against the autumn chill. "The boy who lived honoring both his parents and their killer's accomplices." "Complex legacies require complex remembrance," Harry replied, taking her hand. The silver engagement ring on her finger caught the fading light. "Besides, I'm honoring who they were to me, not their public personas." "And who were they to you, in the end?" she asked, genuinely curious despite having heard variations of this answer before. Harry considered carefully, as he did each year. "My parents gave me life and love so powerful it created lasting protection. The Lestranges gave me skills and knowledge that helped me survive long enough to use that protection. Both shaped who I am, though in vastly different ways." They stood in contemplative silence for a moment before Harry continued. "The Sorting Hat told me in first year that I had the capacity for greatness in either Gryffindor or Slytherin. It wasn't wrong, I needed both traditions to fulfill my potential. Courage and cunning. Sacrifice and survival. Light and dark in balance. The true heir to your own life," Cassiopeia quoted his words from the battle's aftermath. "Though soon to be sharing that life, if I remember our plans correctly." She glanced meaningfully at her ring. Harry smiled, pulling her closer. "The best plans adapt to changing circumstances. Speaking of which, how's Theo's restoration project at Grimmauld Place progressing?" "Ahead of schedule. He says the library will be complete by winter solstice. Perfect timing for the research division's expansion." Their research division had begun as a small project between Harry, Hermione, and Theo, investigating forgotten protective magic that combined traditional light and dark elements without moral corruption. It had grown into a significant organization dedicated to magical innovation, with branches focusing on defense, healing, and educational reform. Meanwhile, Neville had transformed Hogwarts' herbology curriculum while training as Professor Sprout's successor. Luna led expeditions documenting magical creatures previously dismissed as fictional. And Ginny had recently signed with the Holyhead Harpies after completing her education. Even Draco had found his path, working alongside his mother to convert Malfoy properties into rehabilitation centers for those affected by dark magic exposure, a redemption project inspired partly by his own experiences and partly by Harry's example of transcending one's upbringing. As they turned to leave the cemetery, Harry caught sight of a small figure watching from a distant oak tree, a child of perhaps 8 or 9 with wild black curls. When Harry's eyes met hers, she vanished with a distinctly magical shimmer. "Did you see that?" he asked Cassiopeia, frowning. She followed his gaze, seeing nothing. What? A girl. By the oak tree. She looked like. Harry trailed off, shaking his head. Never mind. Probably just a trick of the light. But as they walked away, Harry couldn't shake the child's image from his mind, her features hauntingly familiar, combining aspects of Bellatrix in her youth with something distinctly reminiscent of the Lestrange family structure. The mystery would keep for another day. For now, Harry focused on the living, on the chosen families surrounding him, the future he was building with Cassiopeia, and the continuing challenge of balancing the many facets of his complex heritage. He was Harry Potter, raised by the Lestranges, educated at Hogwarts, shaped by light and dark in equal measure. Neither fully his parents' son nor Voldemort's heir, but something uniquely his own, a bridge between worlds, a synthesis of opposing traditions, forging a new path through a wizarding world still healing from generations of conflict. The true heir, at last, to his own extraordinary destiny. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.